Guys, how we doing? C's with the first, but really it was Maddie. Hi guys, how we doing? It feels so quiet here now. Happy Tuesday. Hi Moors. I completely forgot to. He did, yeah. I dropped him off at the airport. Do I not have Discord muted? I have him on my phone. Yeah, I have them on my phone. Yeah, his flight was at 5, so like an hour and a half ago. So he's about a third of the way home, I think. Almost half. Yeah, it's gonna feel very quiet here because I am actually off now. I was still working for the first part when he was here. He will be in here when he's he said he will join up if he's not sleeping. Yeah, his he said the trip here was the worst turbulence he's ever experienced. Ooh, also, you guys want to hear Simplex's song that he released? Hi, Gig. Let's find liked songs. Here we go. Guys, this is Simplex's. He makes amazing music. Thanks. I got a new eyeshadow palette. I ordered it because it was on sale. I posted it in the Discord, and it's like the shimmers are just like, oh man. Yeah, so the song is on Spotify, but it's uploaded to the wrong artist with the same name. Also, are the captions working? Because I'm not using the Google plugin. I'm using the one that came... Oh, wait. Enable. Okay. See, that does anything? I like the Google one because I can actually see where it's working. Oops. Oops. There we go. You're painting? What are you painting? Hi, Peace. How we doing? There's another song that is on his SoundCloud. Is that what it's called? The Magic Potion. It's called Magic Potion. Try to paint the rebuild. Ooh, nice. It's my biggest regret in life. caring too much what other people think when I was younger. I mean, I'm still like that, but I think that's... I already put in the new door. I'm jumping between. Oh, cool. Very nice. Yeah, I mean, obviously there are some other things that like... But then I feel like that's butterfly effect, right? So if you change one thing, it changes many other things. Oh, there we go. Cool. Closed captioning. I don't know, I feel like everything kind of happens for a reason. I mean, things may suck, and it may suck when it happens, but like, I feel like many other things happen because of those things, you know? So like, if I were to go back and change something, it might have changed something good that happened. Mm-hmm. Maddie with the like. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, C's. Yep. What is your biggest regret in life? Peace, that was a very nice picture that you posted of you and Tanya. I don't know if that was how recent that was, but I was digging around, looking around in 99 today. Not buying vitamin. Oh, Bitcoin. I was like, wait, what? I can tell. You can tell what she means to you. You guys are a very lovely couple. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I have like the couple servers that like I try to participate in, but like everything else, I'm just... It's overwhelming trying to keep up with everything. Eh. That didn't minimize. Should have brought more owners in. Yeah, I guess it helps like relieve the load on just you, eh? $450. Yeah. Yeah. You want 5? That's probably good.
I guess it's similar to the Chimera, you know, close range AR.
I gotta set up my shit. How do I set up my pedal again? Guys, we did a complete wipe. We did a complete wipe on my computer. Miss you too, Peace. I miss honestly like the whole atmosphere that we had going on. Hi Jazz, how we doing?
Hey buddy, what do we do here?
Pushing a team right now.
Back in alert mode, yo. Season, I was gonna say good luck painting, but have fun painting.
Spin around.
Shred.
Slow
I saw
motion.
Shreddy was in there. I saw that. Love that.
Yo, right here, but
And Grimy, oh, good dudes. Those are great dudes.
Okay, we got a guy up on the roof.
Olé!
Oh, okay.
Jumped off the roof and went inside, and that's going towards zone anyway.
Somebody's on top of it with me, behind me. We're here.
Holy, thank you for the gift sub to
Yeah.
Peace.
Over there.
Here's your help.
I
Yo,
never
Peace,
even
I will
been
message
inside
you about
this.
that.
Me either, honestly.
Oh, second floor right here.
I am done school now. Fluffies on my shirt.
Shit.
Yo, sit aside.
Bro.
Suicide with a
Of course, there's
resub.
another
Thank
fucking
you.
kid on the
Hey,
right.
bud.
Down that hallway to your right, Sammy, and another one inside. Yeah, they're both out there.
I have my groceries being shopped for
One's
right
on the right,
now.
one's on the left, camping the fucking corner, picking up my
Ooh,
shit.
he's a
There you go,
diamond
that
shopper.
kid.
That means he's good. I like
Straight
that.
up, though. I'm coming back.
Fully's the sugar daddy? Yeah, he is one of them, I think. What did I do with those
Bro.
other cards?
Oh no, Papi Chulo. Okay, we're alive. This game is giving me anxiety.
We had another set of cards.
Straight up.
I don't know where I put them. But yeah, guys, we did,
That was revenge, too.
okay, no problem, dude.
Buddy on the
Thank you.
roof.
But yeah, guys, we did a complete wipe. We did a complete wipe of my computer. We are running from brand new. I have a new SSD. We have a new SSD and edit showcase. Let's get Timmy as the.
Are you in a circle?
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
Just don't know how this kid got on the fucking roof of this
Yeah.
place, bro. I went all over this motherfucker.
His name is Houdini, dog.
So what ended up happening with that is I've hated my CPU fan for the longest time. And
See him fucking fighting on the second floor of this bitch.
if I ever wanted to
Oh my
Oh,
god,
wow.
are you fucking kidding?
if I
An
ever wanted to add
airstrike,
more
bro,
RAM,
with no
I wouldn't have
calling,
been
no
able
nothing.
to
Now
because
some
it was like
random
one of those
assholes on my fucking
double
head.
fans. So it was like if she was a thick girl, and
Somehow
it was blocking
this guy
one
got
of
shot
the,
through a wall, and then the airstrike
it was
hit
blocking
me,
one of the.
and he was
happening.
completely somebody else. And then yeah, dude didn't even know where I was. Someone else cleaned me up. Boy. Oh brother.
Hey, game capture works again. Let's go. My aim is garbage. Ryan,
Can't make out.
hello. 6 months, dude. And starting off the hype train here.
I got him in front of me.
This is bullshit. I really want
Let's
money back.
go. Holy smokes. The world's longest hype train alert. Happy 4th to all of my American friends.
Let's go.
And happy belated
Let's go,
Canada
Will.
Day to all of my Canadians, my fellow Canadians.
That bitch. Yar.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, where the fuck did you go?
What
bit
is
more
my...
ammo to
Oh,
be
yeah,
safe,
my
but-
sensitivity is a little bit high. Let's try 6, actually. We'll try 6 and 5. We'll turn it up just a little bit. I do think 8 is a little bit too much for me. Also, I have my mom's car for the week, and it's reminding me that, like, I really miss having a car.
I don't know how many plates you got, but I have way too many.
37 platinum.
Oh shit! Somebody
Nice!
fucking looking at
Yeah,
me.
good job.
Fucking stadium.
Once you get
Wanna smoke
once you
some
get
running?
platinum done, you're smooth sailing.
Oh.
I mortared him and then fucking ran
Especially
to
if
the right.
there's shipment, you'll get
you
you'll get the
mortared him?
headshots done
Okay.
in
Oh yeah, I
no
just want to
time.
hit him with the mortar too. Yeah, I'm gonna run up the stairs over here on the right.
Yeah, I'm coming with you, bud.
What's up, son?
What's up?
Brother's here.
So I don't make that one move.
Alright, is somebody in the field?
Oh, we're in
And the other one up in front of me?
We're like up for grabs here.
Yeah, no.
Boop, boop. Just little Rudy.
Crack the fuck out of him through the tent.
Also, anyone that lives by themselves, because Red Zone went home today. When you live by yourself and you have people like staying with you, and then they go home,
That's
it
fine.
feels like extra quiet.
Oh no, I'm dead. I'm dead.
No.
Man, I couldn't reload the gun and he pinched me. I don't know how he knew I was there, to be honest with you though, bro. I was laying prone, plating up. There's no sound. On the left side of that, where my ping is, there's a little recovery thing that you can shoot me back in with a flare.
These headshots on
Drop
people that aren't moving. Love it.
outside the other way. Alright. Oh my god, never mind. That works too. Now the question is, can I get my shit?
You don't need your shit, honestly.
What do you mean I don't need my shit?
Try not to, because they're gonna die getting. If they're on, try to get to anything.
I'm on the opposite side of the field anyway. Somebody flying
I
in.
need cover.
I lit that kid apart.
He's down one. Yeah, he's picking up his friend.
Oh, fucking two, man. I downed him.
Yeah, down one. You down one. Davidowski.
Lots are done SMGs.
Yeah.
That one just flew in too.
The SMGs
Boy.
for long
Alright,
shots.
hold on, I'll be right back. Go say what's up to my bro.
Access granted.
You guys, thank you for the level 1 hype train. Let's go. You guys, you're freaking beautiful. You're all beautiful. Mwah. Damn, they don't have my coffee cake. Hello?
Hello. Are you in the game? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Magic sister, what's up, his brother? Starting it. We can talk shit now about him.
Good.
That's the time.
Just waiting for him to leave.
He's so trash.
He doesn't even have that good of a singing voice.
I know, not at all. And he has terrible humor. We should sideline
Also,
him.
his dance moves. I don't know.
Oh yeah. And his fashion is definitely. We're talking shit about you, Magic. If you can hear us, please say yes.
I feel like he doesn't. I feel like he's the type of person that takes his headphones off.
Yeah, I know too well.
Oh my god, they have a Crash Bandicoot pack. I hate that.
I know. I hate that they have it. It was sick too. The grenades are
My god. And the calling card. I hate that.
in the car. That's my favorite, the ATV.
Yeah. Wow. What's a loading
It's an
screen?
effect.
I can't look at that.
Those a-holes is $20 for that.
Hmm.
They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing.
Oh, the misery. I hate that it's not like making the noises when I'm muting.
Oh, they have a red zone pack. It's called the Vega. And then Carbon Blade.
Yeah.
Still red zone.
It's very up his alley.
Oh my god. The Carbon Blade is sexy. Okay, I'm not looking. I said I'm not gonna give him any money. I
Oh.
swore. Not till they release a new game.
I'm such a chatter. Thank you. What did I find the worst? Holy shit! The fuck? I'm not, but I can be. Thank you! Jesus, fuck, man. I just joined on Sam. Yeah. Kosh is nuts, man. How's the Diablo grind? Sinicide, I've been doing good. I'm good. I'm on vacation. I had Mr. Red Zone visiting for a little bit. He went home today. Sad day. I feel like when you live by yourself and then someone leaves, it's so much quieter. Akash, you gonna play though?
So you wanna do shipmate?
Sure.
When you can't see that.
Oh. The heck? Gig. The heck? Holy smokes. You guys are nutty. Fight. Thanks, dude. Also, I saw your brisket. Very nice. Ooh, my shopper found my coffee cake. Infamous, how you doing? Saw yours? Wow. My shopper found my coffee cake. Wait, I need the telemetry interface. Donkey! Oh, it doesn't actually have. Marry you anyway. Okay, so it doesn't actually show. Ooh, I needed that point blank. First it was okay. Was up for so long. Point blank! Point blank! No, it wasn't. Damn it! No. Nice dolphin diving. No.
Lag. Hold on a moment.
Huh?
I'm lagging.
I'm actually only at 48. Ow. That person's name is Anita Blunt. Oh, no, okay. Anywhere I go, I die. I'm dead again. Ah. No! And I'm trying to use this ISO. But I need point blanks with it. Those are probably my least favorite. No, no! Fuck off! Fuck! I'm spending a lot of time dying here. No! No! I got stuck on the corner.
Guys with the shotguns are so annoying.
Yep. I got in their spawn. Love that for me?
My fault, man. I'm back.
Wow, imagine.
Yeah, no, it's good. My little brother showed up. I had to say what up.
How many brothers do you have?
Oh shit.
Oh shit, too many of them.
Well, I have 4 brothers and a little sister as well.
Oh wow.
Yeah. The family's out here. Spanish. Man. We didn't have no cable back then.
That's what they did.
Before the internet.
Things are getting a little
y'all.
less busy. I'm glad to hear.
Yeah,
Although
it's their
sometimes
time
busy is
like
nice.
that, huh? They argue about
Fuck.
social media.
Nah, man. On the
Nice.
islands, man, that shit. That was it. It was just like
Ow.
riding horses. Fuck it.
Fuck! Too busy? Yeah, then that's not good. Excuse me. How'd they end up behind me? Pardon?
You guys are on
Okay.
the ship, man.
Okay. I don't know if it's my ISO build, but like this thing's trash. Actual.
Whoa, dude, that's the best gun right now, dude.
Yeah, I know. I'm
You got
working
the
on hip
blueprint
fire.
for it yet?
Well, so I need point blanks, so I have it in hip fire build right now.
Oh wait, that's yeah, I gotta do that too. How many you need?
I don't know. A lot. I think I only had like 8 or 9.
Can we do one more shipment?
Hmm?
You guys wanna do one more shipment or should we do
I'm down.
Fontaine? Almost, it should be almost gold.
Blaz with the resub. Hi, Mystique. How you doing, beautiful?
Do we still need a 4th? Here you go. Joining.
You're nice, buddy.
Yoing, what are we doing? Are we doing shipment?
Let's do one shipment. Quick one.
Damn. Terrible. Alright. Let me make a...
Oh, you want? Oh.
No, you're good,
Tell
you're good. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Just choose something. I can't do shit with the menu flipping.
Let's see how many I got there. I don't think I got very many. I think I got more than I thought. I'm halfway. I'm halfway through the point blanks.
Yeah, I'm almost there, and then I got gold.
Oh, I need 3 more kills from behind, and then I'm working on gold. I'm right in the corner. Oh.
Man, let me tune it, bro. Alright. One shipment, we gonna warm up and go in Vandal.
Yeah. Do we
We're gonna
want a
take
4th?
Phoenix.
Because I mean, it's quads anyway.
Jenna, do you have a fourth, or we get a fourth?
Well, I thought Akash wanted to play, but it sounds like he's not, so.
If he is, we have a spot. Oh, point blank, I gotta be like in their face.
Yeah. Yeah. In their mouth, basically.
Yeah.
That's why I put it on hipfire. And by the
They're
time
playing with shotguns. Yay, I like those guys so much. They're cool.
Yeah. I got one point blank though. Nice. Nice. Fuckface, get out of here.
Oh, fuck yeah, bud. You just got mopped. Bro, what the hell? The guy that I turned away from him because our teammate was on him so hard.
Spawned and died 3 times. That's...
Same.
Yeah.
Can't get close to them.
It doesn't help that we're stuck in this fucking container because our teammates won't get out.
Fuck yeah, dude. A riot shield with a flame shotgun. Like it.
Bitch. Nice. Oh, it's that guy. The ADS is definitely better on this than trying to fucking hit fire.
You really gotta be in their mouth.
Yep, literally.
Like, I'm giving them oral fucking enjoy me right now.
Uh-huh.
Nah. I'm inside of you.
Inside you. We actually just watched that movie the other day. Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
I'm inside of him.
Oh, what the hell is that?
It's not inside of him? Nice, that's crazy.
Ah! Oh my god, they got shotguns.
Nah, I just had a dude like pre-firing with an LMG, like spraying everywhere. Ooh.
I just have my pistol. Oh, I hate this for me. Oh, let's kill. I got my kills from behind.
Let's go, Senna. Holy shit, you wiped the whole team 4 times.
Murdered him, dude.
It's the gift for fucking camping. Get out of here.
And they have fucking shotguns, man. Go home, you little bitch.
I have a mortar for them too.
Hey,
Inside of you. It's, oh, now they have
mature in the game.
katanas.
Like, if you haven't gotten anything with your shotgun already, like.
Rank up. Get fucked. Oh,
The
excuse
katanas
me.
win every time.
Excuse me.
I haven't even seen katanas yet.
I just ran into him.
Oh, I see him now.
I found the fire shotgun too.
Oh, there he is.
Ow.
Wow, a drill charge went through his fucking body.
This guy with a shotgun, of course, gonna
Oh,
win
that
this.
guy's really cool. Let's go, teammates.
Quad kill, dog. Yeah, I'm better than you.
I'm literally just going for close range shots.
I'm fucking
That's what I was doing.
using the Tempest, so this.
Oh, thank you. I ran out of ammo. Oh.
Come on, G. Where are you sitting in the corner, brother?
fuck, the strafing bitch, man. He gets me every time. Thank you for running into my bullets. You gave me a point blank.
Literally gotta be inside of him.
Yep.
I can see his liver.
You can see his uvula.
Dude, I'm telling you, this guy, he smokes too much freaking alcohol. I've never seen somebody smoke alcohol like this. Man. This guy is different, dog.
He's smoking drinks.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell. How did that happen? Who told them the secret sauce?
Who did
Somebody's
that?
going to jail.
It's the forbidden fruit.
Fuck.
Oh wow, there's a triple. Oh, oh wow.
Playing competitive Valorant? Nice. I do have some water.
But in that moment, he realized he was better.
I
You
believe.
fucking Why would you
Look at
ruin
his little
that?
black,
Like,
his
lame.
little back footies. No, Rudy, I just. You're so cute. It's actually ridiculous. Kitty, it's a little duty.
Alrighty. Oh damn, I
Well,
wanted to roll up a
Rudy.
joint.
And I got a little dee-doo on the chair. I solved him sitting
My
on the
dementia
desk.
started hitting.
Hell
Solved the
yeah.
issue of Dex sitting on the desk all the time.
Turn around in slow motion. You
Alright.
got
Guy has a
that
dog.
magic potion.
So catchy, right?
I know.
It gets stuck in your head. Okay, this is like.
Where are we
that's the
going?
one. Mall.
To the mall. To the
I
mall.
got my shoes and a couple things, honestly.
Yeah, I could use a
yeah,
couple
we're
I
right
do
here.
need
Where is it?
really short shorts.
I don't know this map. Okay.
Like Speedos.
You would need some
Alright, we
Daisy
got a
Dugs.
team to our right, Sammy.
There's team everywhere in the mine.
Sam, you got someone landing on you? He.
Literally, I'm dead. I'm alive. I'm dead again. He's gonna kill me.
Ow!
Oh
Ow!
my god.
Ready! Sam.
I'm dead. I couldn't move.
From the
No
roof.
place.
I found a pile of money. Oh
this
shit!
guy is God. Cucaracha, cucaracha, they're coming at us.
No! Give me the gun! Give me the gun!
Give me the gun.
Yeah, you fucker. Ah! No! Oh my god, there's people everywhere!
Literally everywhere. No matter where
Fuck.
you are.
I definitely could have played that better.
You have reinforcements inbound. Getting another chance. Make it count.
Magic,
I forgot that was mine.
I think we might have lost this. They have weapons and stuff.
Weaponary?
Yeah.
So Magic got the magic sauce.
Yeah.
Done.
The game is laggy as shit.
Can I please get a gun and shoot someone? Thank you. Appreciate that. Is that too much to ask?
Yes. No guns allowed over here. Oh shit. Magic. On you. Nice.
Enemy soldier incoming.
I can't hear you, Senna, barely. I know I'm better than that kid, though. I'll tell you what.
You're so much better. Oh shit.
Your squad mates back on station. Good work.
Ah! Up here.
The area.
Upstairs. Damn, that's where I died.
Get ready. You're redeploying.
You are such a little cocksucker, man.
That's, yeah, same guy.
Playing on his stomach here.
You have reinforcements inbound.
My game is so laggy right now.
I don't even care. Took out 2 of them. The 3rd one got me.
Hostiles dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
They're landing up here.
Squad mates redeploying. Well done. UAV overhead.
Oh, what the fuck? I'm being sniped at from across.
Squad mates back on station.
I got one broken
Saved
in
my
here.
life.
Where are you guys? Okay. Oh, get shit on. Someone flying in.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Lay on top.
Fuck is.
Hostile dropping area. Watch.
They're sniping from on top of castle.
What the fuck? Bro. That doesn't make any sense to me, but it's cool.
You have
Thank you.
reinforcements inbound.
There's another one over there, right?
UAV active.
There's two of them, Sammy. One's on the left. I cracked him twice with a pistol. He should be dead. I don't understand why I stopped shooting.
The area. Track it down and
Nice.
secure it. You're being tracked by an enemy squad. Evade and survive.
Wait, oh,
Where?
yeah, I'm safe right here. I got sniped from really far.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, they're still sniping.
But here they can see me for sure. Thank you for that.
UAV overhead.
Right back.
Just sniper here, I can
UAV
just fucking.
active.
I think he's up.
Is there no sniper?
He's in that
I
direction.
know where he's at, but I just
Enemy
he shot us.
UAV overhead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Barely. You sound like you're like a million miles away.
Yeah, but I didn't even get my loadout. Shit,
Oh.
what am I waiting for? Got it, and we're good to go.
Alright.
Let's move.
Enemy UAV active. Gas is inbound.
Here, let me see why this is so quiet for me.
Oh, you know what? Hang on. It could be my Discord.
Nope, I just figured it out for me. I don't know about Sammy. Sammy, can you hear us, Senna?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay.
Okay, then I'm good.
Oh my god. Yo, Doc, chill, dog.
Your team is in the safe zone.
Let's go up tops.
Mm-hmm. Coming to you
Oh
guys.
shit, below us in the water?
Hi, Toxic. How we doing? Happy 4th.
They're right here.
Climb up this fucking zip line.
You just finished your music
Yeah,
set?
they're hunting
Nice.
Senna, huh?
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Dropping in behind us. Towards gas. Right here. Oh, he's AFK.
Oh shit.
The enemy
Thanks, dude.
lost track of you. You're safe.
How many?
One
does
flying
he have
in, one-
protection
There's a dude
forever.
There's a dude trying to snipe us from museum. Yeah.
There's one behind us. 2. Oh, shit. I just got sniped.
Yeah, from my blue mark.
Hey, what the fuck is this? Senna.
Yo.
Fuck. Name wasn't showing up for like fucking 30 seconds there for me. I'm like, who is this motherfucker, yo? Like.
Oh.
What?
Shit. Motorcycle inside.
Murder!
Fuck him.
Oh.
Like you, brother, but it ain't that serious.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
not dying for you.
Not doing that. Oh, I just dropped down.
Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV overhead. Hostile UAV in the area. Resurgence is about to end. Make it count. Enemy UAV active. Fire sales over.
Are these guys sniping? Oh, I see him. He's right here.
Alright, we got a team here.
I have no place, so I mean,
Here.
I need to move.
Here, inside here. Here.
Thank you.
And I got my loadout gun, but I'm not running that right now, so.
Got one down. Oh, they're on the street.
Yeah, we should that would definitely drop down now.
Head to the safe
Yeah,
zone
okay.
now.
Which
Coming
side?
up to do that.
I'm dropping down here. Ow, 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 ow.
Oh,
Ow.
shit. Yeah, we got enemies at the fucking
Oh.
museum.
No, they're inside. They're rezzing. They're rezzing downstairs. He just put a prox mine.
Oh,
There's 3 of them.
bro, are you serious? So he's just gonna get shot and then jump right off the top of the fucking museum uncontested. He shot straight through the fucking riot shield, bro. That's such bullshit.
Sammy, got a team of 3 right under you.
I'm dead.
No, you're not. Oh, that's okay. That's our
He's so
teammate.
dead. Jump in the water, please, buddy.
No more seconds.
Cut!
Oh, that
Cut!
was a risk. That was a risk. 3 seconds.
That's not a door! Oh my god.
Oh, you're in.
Earned it.
Back.
Redeploying. Well done.
Back as well.
Okay, yeah, there's
We gotta play smart now. We can't come back.
a
so.
team holding up here.
Yeah, I would honestly, if we can go back here, that would be sick.
Oh, magic's going on that team.
Match. Oh, there's people here, of course, holding that too. So I'm going right here.
Yeah?
Nope, there's people here.
Magic, how you doing up
Fuck, I'm
there?
doing there.
I didn't land on them. I got
Oh.
my stuff back. And I'm running around the museum looting because they're just gonna hold down the top.
Yeah.
We'll see.
There were 2 of them just aiming at the.
Yeah.
Can I got a plate for you?
I hear people.
Keep it go round.
Oh shit.
Keep it tight.
Oh my god.
You guys ready for these fucking rat tactics?
Wow. I'm ready. Oh look, we all have 6. Let's go, guys.
25 remain. Solid work so
66. Oh my god, the devil is here.
Oh.
Oh man, why did you buy me? I'm trash. Oh, you have a bunch of money.
Rudy.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just little
It's
Rudes.
yellow. Where's the buy?
He knows. Oh my god.
Fucking rats, bro. Whole squad in a stairwell,
What
bro.
the fuck is happening?
He did, yeah. He's like, ooh. Oh, he's... I didn't even realize he moved.
Friendly UAV on station.
Oh my lord.
Holy fuck.
Gas is closing in.
Alright, I mean,
But we will settle the score.
that's where half the lobby just died.
That wasn't terrible. We did.
Oh, we were killing him.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we did
Oh,
good.
yeah.
We're moving. We're moving. If we're moving, we're happy. Hopefully we don't get a freaking teammate with a bust up mic again.
With 2 left hands.
That's impossible. This man.
Damn, bro.
Did it. He done did it.
Dexter's getting more camera shy.
Who's that?
Dex. My
Oh,
kitty.
that is.
The little black kitty cat.
Oh, Dexter.
The Dexter.
Alright, I see. I was thinking about a person.
Oh.
I was like, who's Dexter? Oh, yeah, that's right. I don't want the world to see me.
Yeah.
I can see the world. That's all I care about.
I haven't groomed myself today. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hi, Dido.
Holding for deployment. Take this time to warm up. Hostiles dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Enemy soldier incoming.
Oh, that guy just assassinated the person in front of me?
Training is over. Time to see what you have learned.
Oh man, I forgot I can get those skills in game.
Oh, in the warm-up. I forgot too. Damn.
Just been 3 more.
I need an ISO build for that then.
No, I'm telling you, all you need is the blueprint, yo. No tomorrow.
For what? The ISO?
Yep. It's got it in the battle pass, yo. That jump
What level?
fuego. I don't know, but that's the only thing I've used until I leveled it up. And I still think I haven't changed it.
Are y'all ready? Well,
To the mall.
To the bundle! To the mall!
To the mall.
Do you guys want to try a little S Chica?
Yeah, we can do that.
Enemy UAV active.
Oh, God, I got someone landing in behind me.
Nice, nice, dude, nice.
Well done.
Yeah, one tap. Literally one tap, bro. He's rezzing. Finish strong. Finish
I
strong.
literally missed every single shot.
You have reinforcements inbound.
That's right, Sammy. That's right, Sammy.
UAV overhead.
Fucking tell those sorry excuses of players to go back to the lobby.
Oh my God, what is this gun? Thank
you
you.
got shot.
You know?
Yeah, he's down.
You're the best. Oh, wait, I'm getting shot from somewhere else.
Yep, right
I don't have
across.
any plates. We're not plates. I don't have any guns.
He's inside the fucking cash
Yeah.
registers.
Yeah, I have no ammo. I'll try to wrap
You
around.
down him.
Hostile UAV in the area.
I'm with the trash bag.
Here we are.
Down. It's risky. It's fine. We're doing great.
Thank you.
Enemy
Oh,
UAV
ammo
overhead.
box. I'm dropping it. That is fucking needed. Armor box in the shoe store.
Enemy UAV active.
Ooh.
Get your Nikes, fam. Come get your Nike.
I'm chasing someone.
One on top here, on top here. He's one
Yeah,
shot.
there's one underneath here
Deploying
too.
cover.
One down low here, Sam.
Is there anywhere I can make it on top? Oh no, I can't get on top.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Get him, Dikey. Get him.
Is that their name?
His name on our team, yeah. Daiki. Daiki. Sounds like an anime character, fam. Bro, I'm sorry.
Where's-
I shot this motherfucker first, bro. Like,
Yep, he was. I
he
got
was
him.
one tap, bro.
Yep, he was very hurt.
Your squad mate is redeploying.
Can
Well done.
confirm.
Some guns just do not do the trick. I'm telling you.
Nope.
And I had the angle and everything. I had the high ground, like Obi-Wan. Tell him.
Guys, we have money. Is there a buy? There's
No,
one over this way.
I don't believe you.
People right there. Let's go.
The safe zone.
Huh?
Let's go
Oh,
over here. There's
Sam's
people.
going to that one. Okay.
To the buy or like where are we going?
UAV overhead.
Oh, the opposite buy.
Yeah. Oh
yeah,
shit!
yeah.
I lost my gun. Give me that back. Sam behind you.
Yo, one shot, let's
Yeah,
one shot.
I got one.
Another one,
Oh
another
my
one.
god! Oh my god!
He's getting
Sam.
picked up. He's getting picked up. There's another one on the stairs, Sinna. In the stairs. In the fucking stairs.
Yeah, I downed another one. Got my kill. Let's go.
Really, bro? Really? I rolled up just in time to get fucking my plate stolen and then one tap by this other kid right here. It was on the roof. Ugh. There goes my hero.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Hero, baby.
How to get up here?
Moving.
Oh shit! Yo, what? Hey, yo.
What are they, bro? What the
Two. There's two. I got one down.
Another one. Right.
I got one.
Finish
Oh,
those
shit.
fucking assholes.
Oh shit.
Oh
How'd you get
no,
up?
three. What the fuck? Where did he come from? Four.
Alright.
There's a rat. Oh my god, run.
Oh man, I had so much money. I had like 26 grand.
Flying. I swear, I shot the one, and then all out of nowhere, they just started increasing. That's what I get trying to save a teammate. I should have just let you die.
You said you wanna play as Chica? Damn.
See, let's do an ass Chica, man. Yeah, I just shot. The All-Father favors you. That's, Nordic? Turn around, turn around.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Check your gear and weapons. We go to.
Yeah, honest dog. All I wanted is the whole season of Secret Invasion to drop. That was good.
Hostile dropping into the AO.
Taking effective fire!
Practice is over. The real fight begins now.
Ubo.
My groceries are on the way, so I'm gonna probably have to find a corner to hide in when I answer my phone.
Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets to bring them back faster. All right, soldiers. Mark the drop point for your
Trios. Okay,
squad.
let's go. Power?
Fuck it, dude. I don't even know where that is though.
Right
Oh,
down.
There we go.
Straight down.
Fuck yeah, there's another team.
No! No! What? I'm punching them and nothing is happening. Can someone please?
Right. Wow, that was fucking cool, man. That was fucking great. Sammy, shoot that fucker.
On
How
top?
weak he was.
Top or down?
Nah, he's cool.
Yeah.
Fucking hurricane shoots marshmallows, that's all.
Your
It
squad
does.
mates is
Hate-
redeploying.
hate that
Well
gun.
done.
Fucking 35 bullets couldn't down somebody, like, bro.
It counts.
Hey, bro, you having a campfire? Here, let me add some snackies.
We making s'mores? I brought the marshmallows.
Yo, brother.
Planted mine.
Is it open?
No.
Okay. 1, 3, 2.
Hostile counter UAV
Oh,
overhead.
sick, dude. I forgot the code, it's been so long.
All rank up. Let's go.
Holy mother.
All right.
Motherfucker.
It's 16K.
That's enough. No, we need 18.
Ooh, I'm
Alright,
lagging.
So go back to Lodi, and then we drop it on the roof.
I don't know if we have enough.
It's 18, 18. It's 18.
We have enough. You know, bring you your money, we have enough.
Monies.
He gets a discount. His name is
Oh,
Magic.
cool.
Yeah, bro. So,
How do you get this discount? I want.
oh, yeah, you know, first you
Yes, sir.
gotta have rich dad,
Mm.
Yeah.
which I don't have. So, name is Simplex. Funds all my shenanigans.
Somebody's shooting
Of course they are.
right here.
Found their sniper.
He's sniping.
He's snipering.
Yeah.
Enemies deployed a counter UAV.
Ooh, I hit him. Oh, there's a guy in this building too.
Your team made it to the safe zone.
Using drill
Let's
charge.
push his ass in.
He was in the staircase. Yeah.
Empty rounds here.
Oh,
Somebody here?
on the other building. Sorry, I should have told you that there was a claymore.
Somebody on him.
Oh, he's laying down.
Get out of there.
Oh shit! Oh! Wait, there's another one! There's 2! Oh my god! They just kept coming up. Oh my god.
There's a laser. I don't know if he's below you or on my side.
I land on my shit? Question mark? 2 up here. Sound there below you. One's flying in on you. Zip, zip, zip.
Kid must have jumped off. Somebody's looking at me, bro.
Hostile airstrike.
Alice?
Yep, yep.
We're detecting vulnerability in the enemy's network.
Oh, I lost my
Locate their
gun.
uplink stations and secure their intel before they go offline.
What do I have in my
Hostile
pocket?
dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Downed.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Where?
Enemy UAV overhead.
Nice.
Let's go, Magic.
Let's
sir.
go.
Give him the blicky.
Somebody else that was looking at me above my head though.
Magic, you want to get a UAV here?
I'm
going on?
scared.
Friendly
Friendly UAV online.
There it is, up on the roof.
Sal, go up the zip. It's okay, you're better.
That must have been the dude looking at me. Or there's a team of 3 just outside of power.
We should go say hi. Oh, they're underneath.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Enemy soldier incoming.
One landing on top here. By missiles. Nope, that's not what I marked. I marked this thing.
Gas is inbound. UAV is orbiting the area.
Wait, they're even lower than me?
Oh, they're under.
below.
Yeah.
Alright, hold me down though. Should I do it? Should I risk it for the biscuit? No, yo, now we can't because you just gave away our position.
I flashed them though. You could have gone down.
Wow. They're not directly there. Now they're gonna look over. If I drop, they're gonna stare straight at me. Hey
Okay.
guy, what are you doing? What are you doing?
We could
Hey,
go
but
to.
there is a tunnel somewhere.
Yep,
Oh no.
that's where I'm off to. Oh yeah, I see him.
Hostile counter
Hey,
UAV.
so you wanna
overhead.
wait a second? We'll get with you.
Oh, they see me! They see me!
Enemy UAV active.
I don't
Plating.
think that's a smart one. It's not
No.
not a smart one. No.
Okay.
Back up, back up.
Tossing smoke grenade.
I just hit the first kid. He's inside this room hiding.
Where the
Yeah,
zip?
but from our spot here, it's not gonna work.
No. I
If
don't
you
know where
distract them.
he's-
Yeah.
I know, I really am ducking. I also lean trying to look around corners.
Alright, I got all 3 of them here. Okay, what the
Enemy lost
fuck?
south
Are
of
you
their network. You missed your chance.
bro?
Go downstairs.
They
so.
must know they have high alert on.
I wouldn't
Because
go.
I literally looked at 3 of them and
It's been
started
nice,
shooting, and they just
Alright.
spun around.
Hostile
Let's see it.
UAV in the area.
Yep, he's got high alert. Oh, that would look too easy for him, bro.
Copy.
One
UAV
flying
on
in.
station. Recon online.
Oh, right here!
Ground reinforcements inbound.
Another one on the road.
Damn.
There's one still inside. He's ghosted.
Taking his shit.
Be advised, UAV is
Oh man, he
exiting
didn't
the
have
AO.
shit.
I don't know where this guy went.
Thank you.
Oh!
Sammy.
It's another one.
Watch your six. Resurgence window is ending.
There's another one in here somewhere. Has to be.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Oh my god, this guy had 2 SMGs. What was
Yeah, I have
that?
an extra couple stuff for you, Magic.
I just got 2 SMGs, plates.
Come take this.
I just killed a guy underneath. Nobody had.
Nice.
Not a lot.
So now you're on the bottom.
No, I'm
No,
up
you
here.
just-
Team has
beautiful,
entered the
beautiful.
safe zone.
Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Someone landing behind us? I think he's AFK. Oh, two.
Yeah,
Oh,
just watch me, please.
yeah, he's so hurt.
You're good. You're good. Good. Wow.
Broken?
Every grenade possible. Every grenade possible.
Bro.
Can I just back up?
Yeah, yeah,
My
yeah.
timing, bro. It's frying this fucking kid. Of course, dude just jumps off out of nowhere. They're in the road, man, on your right.
Just 4 seconds and then just here. For the top, I'm gonna drop on you. There's a spray and there's a gun right there.
Resurgence has been deactivated. This is the end. Solid
Oh
copy.
my
Counter
god.
UAV running signals interference.
I need guns.
Supply crates on stock. Advise you load up now. Your
Nope.
squad mates are
Alright,
deployed.
Oh,
spray
shit.
that box on top.
I just got
gets me a
flashed.
gun. Oh, he's climbing up the stairs. Oh, there's 2 of them at
Oh!
the same time.
Oh shit, that's big guy!
Bro.
Hang on.
I had down 2 of them. Down 2 of them.
Someone chasing me inside bottom floor.
Wait.
Bottom floor.
Okay.
I'm coming up the stairs. I'm like weak.
No, stay where you are. Stay where you are. Do not move, dude.
Your fight's not over yet.
Fucking
Good place.
heroes. Need anything, I'm gonna go hit this box. Alright, I got a gun.
Gas moving in.
What else?
Somebody's on us.
Where?
Fuck me.
I need help here. I need help here, please, guys.
Advise
Oh no! Oh, there's 2. I got 1 down. Damn. You guys have enough to get me this last buy?
Oh. I can't. You won't let me get you.
You need
I don't know
Magic's.
why.
You need Magic's money.
Oh.
Oh my god. Here,
Give me
take it. I'm just right down here on the floor, man. Never mind. Hey,
Thank you.
I'm not gonna
Hi,
make
Pogs,
this.
how you doing?
Oh, 4 of them.
Oh man.
Oh, well, there goes that.
Yeah. Still looking at you, Will.
Oh, God.
No! Oh my god, why does that take so long to fucking...
you can win this.
Oh man.
Return to base for debrief.
Look at those fucking guys. Look at them. Look at them. Look who killed us.
I know
Just
we
watch.
just ran into a team of 4 with only 2 people. You can't do nothing.
No, there's 3. There's 3. Not 4 far.
There were 2 teams.
There
They
it
were,
was.
they were fighting another team, that's why I tried landing on them.
Look at this, guys. Look how good they
down
are.
one.
Look. Just watch. Please watch. Look how good this guy is. I'm
Wait.
watching them.
Which one?
The most wanted. The most wanted. He can shoot, but this guy is really bad.
Man. They're fucking smoking this lobby, bro. What are you talking about?
Happy 4th, Pogs. And
Look at
Akash,
that.
I guess. You're also American?
That's how you gotta play this game now, bro. You gotta just wrap behind an
I always
object
forget
and let the storm carry
who's
you to the
American
fucking
and who's
victory.
Go to the bathroom.
Dude, you actually push fights? Fucking noob. Let's do it. Do the thing.
Use this time to practice. We will be deploying soon. Hostiles dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
What time is it? Oh, it's almost time for chocolate cake, I'll tell you that much.
Enemy dropping. Enough training. Now we face the enemy for real.
Okay. Had to get my groceries. I forgot they were outside. Okay.
Oi.
Oh.
Ready, slash this. Let's get a
Totally.
one.
It's the hash slinging slasher.
5 seconds. Stand by to deploy. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster. Set the drop point on your squad, soldier.
Do-do-do-do-do.
Not bad. I'm running at 55 for my CP right now.
I don't know where we're going.
Canada!
Watch the skies.
Canada!
Welcome to Canada. He's broken.
This motherfucker is out of his fucking mind. I tried to swing first! Swing first!
There's the one in this building. Pick up the fucking plate. Holy smokes.
I don't have a gun.
Ooh, a mini
There you
bot.
go.
Oh, magic.
Why
Yes?
is there no plates in this bitch?
How you doing over here?
I killed him.
Perfect.
I'm better.
Okay. I wasn't sure how many there were. I had no doubt
Oh,
that
me
you're
neither.
better. But like
It's a risk. It was a risk.
Soldier incoming.
And I took the risk.
Enemies deployed a counter UAV.
Gave him that butter biscuit extra
Enemy
gravy.
UAV overhead.
Oh, Sammy! No! No, it didn't let me grab the windowsill! No! You're so much better.
there were two on
Somebody
me.
downstairs, dude.
Hi John, how you doing?
I cannot fight. Can I fight? I cannot fight yet.
Oh, there's a whole team of 3 downstairs.
Oh, no! 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 Come kill him! Come kill him!
Rezzing. One is rezzing.
He's weak! He's weak! Oh my god, no! Why did it not melee? That's so bullshit! That's so bullshit! That kid was such a potato, he just kept rezzing while I was killing the teammates. They're both potatoes.
Oh.
There's 3 of them right in
Yeah.
the
I
bottom. Do not
know,
push-
they're
don't
all
touch it.
potatoes. Every last one of them is it's a whole fucking spud fest.
And a bunch of French
8
fries.
seconds.
UAV in the area.
7 seconds. 4. Go. Oh, magic is easy money, baby.
Good work.
Let's go.
Fucking spuds, man. Oh, there's another.
Help! Help!
Who is shooting me down there? Some.
Oh, no, Bobby Chulu. Bro, you got me.
Where is he? Oh, I shock charged him.
I'm definitely in danger right now.
Cracked
Oh!
him on the way out.
Nice. Cluster mine, you fucking losers.
Fucking better, bro. Like, stop.
I hit. I'm doing good. Doing good. We got the new PC parts up and running. Games aren't crashing. Knock on wood.
Oh, that's Sammy. Okay, I was like, oh, there's still somebody
I
else
hear
here. He's
me
about to
too.
hit the smoke.
I was waiting for you, bro.
Landing with you guys. There's a whole team where I died in that building.
Oh.
Ooh, goodies. A little RPK action. Give me that. Did you guys wipe these dudes?
Oh shit, shit. Here we go. We got a whole team. Pushed one of them up the hill. The other two are.
You've got a loadout drop inbound. Moving here.
Oh, holy shit! I have no plates. The guy just melted me.
Get pushed. I swear to God, he just ran in here.
Yeah, I need money so we can buy a loadout.
Two more behind me, like straight opposite of where I'm facing. Yep.
Enemy UAV active. Friendly
I need
forces recon
plates
the
if
way.
anyone has.
Yeah, I really do need money, guys, so I can buy a loadout.
Here.
I'm almost there.
Oh. Coming here.
We're detecting vulnerability in the enemy's network.
Here.
Locate their uplink stations and secure their intel before they go offline.
Oh no, no, no! I was switching my gun. Fuck! COD timing!
Friendly loadout drop on the way.
Sam, they're pushing you.
Magic seller, bud.
There's a whole team.
Oh fuck me! The gun had no bullets in it. Wow, that was a big ass fucking whiff.
Enemy took that one, but we will be back to
I
finish
just bought a
the job.
loadout. Damn it.
We had 2 loadouts.
Wow. How did I? Even if I had bullets in the gun, I think I was gonna die there. I didn't see the second guy. That's my fault. I was like, ooh, one guy just running by himself, easy pickings. No.
Later, bitch.
Later, bitch.
What's the lockdown? Should we do it? Right?
Can it's apparently really campy.
Yeah. I think it literally says occupying zones. So you
Oh.
probably gotta stand in a spot and fucking hold it.
Thanks, dude. Happy 4th.
I thought everybody will meet in one spot and
Yeah, and just yeah.
I gotta feed the kitties.
Yeah.
lock it down.
Chaos. Mayhem.
Guys, the cinnamon coffee cake is absolutely unreal.
Alrighty, let's get this shit done.
Check weapons and gear. We're holding for deployment.
If anyone wants to play, we do have room.
Hostile dropping into the air.
Ooh, I'm shooting it. Oh,
Pretty sure I got my.
and I'm dead.
What you eating, Cinnamon?
Not
The
gonna share, huh?
cinnamon coffee
Yeah.
cake.
Deploy to the war zone.
Damn, no share, huh?
Mm,
Okay,
suspicious.
I think so. She's imposter.
I don't know what they put on top, but holy smokes, it's good.
Probably sugar. Some type of sugar.
It's like a cinnamon something kind of drizzle.
Drizzle, drizzle.
Still cute.
Drizzle,
I don't know
drizzle.
yet. I don't know. I think
Drizzle, drizzle.
You're cute.
Where we going? Shopping?
Alright, to the
Watching
mouth.
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh, nice. Hi, Fox. You guys are so cute. Sam, on you. Right here. On me. Thank you.
Wrong house, motherfucker.
Correct.
This is squiggly eyes, motherfucker.
LMG marked.
Enemy UAV
I'll
overhead.
take that.
Right here.
One landing back in. I don't think this gun could be any louder.
UAV active. Intel reports an enemy bomb detonator in the area. Get it secure.
I would love a different gun. Shotguns. What's with all the shotguns and snipers? Ooh, a gun. Thank you.
Oh shit, suppressed coming up the stairs over here.
Advised. Fog is lifting. Visibility is increasing.
Oh god.
Where? I'm stuck in the bathrooms? How do I get them?
Where's my other grenade? Did it go off? Rezzing in there, Sammy. Yes. Thank you.
Oh no!
UAV overhead.
Push, push, push.
Motherfucker!
Let's go!
He got up in front of me, bro. Like, stupid. You stupid. Like, if it lets me stand up right now, I'm fucking hitting this. Oh my god.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, I stole your kill by mistake.
Hey, that's all good. You stole like 3 of them right there. I downed the first kid, he got back up, you got him. I threw a grenade, hit the second kid. Like, just going off on
UAV
them.
in the area.
I do have the damage though.
Popped off though, yeah, you did.
I think we have enough.
I'm with it. No, yeah, because you got the first 2 kills up top too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's like 500 right there.
Ooh, that's a nice gun. I'll take that.
Marked an SMG.
Which buy do we want to go to?
Your team has entered the safe zone.
I'll take this actually.
I'm taking the balloon.
UAV overhead.
El Balloone.
Oh, okay. I didn't want to
Going to the
climb.
top of police, or where are we going?
I didn't want
Let's
to
go
climb
top here and
top
then
there
we're
anyway.
building to building.
Oh yeah, they're fighting like all down here. Oh, I got sniped.
Yeah, I can't get you.
Oh god, don't.
Definitely.
Yeah,
got
definitely got
sniped.
sniped. Oh yeah, dude, that guy's cheating for sure.
See ya.
Enemy soldier incoming.
In case anyone was wondering.
One shot up here, one shot down here. Oh my god, I'm doing.
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
I have a million precisions, so I'm just gonna use them all.
Strike inbound.
Oh. Right here.
There's no way. I'm sorry. That's impossible.
Sammy's broken in the water. Woo!
Well done.
Bro, what?
Got one out of them. Where's that other one?
I'm plating inside.
High caliber rounds.
Enemy UAV active.
Oh my god, good shots, baby.
Hostile
Who's
Who's shooting at me? I can't tell. Oh, right here.
have reinforcements
No way.
inbound.
Hi X, how you doing? Oh!
Bro, like, look at this whole fucking team.
Yeah.
Whole fucking rats fest.
Oh, on us, on us!
Safe. Lay down. Trying.
Good job, teammate. Forgot he can't even hear me.
Good work.
Since you guys are safe, I'm gonna go ahead and dive into this rat's nest because I'm raging.
This guy's a fucking knife in the water. This is so dumb.
Enemy UAV active.
You know, yep. Shots magic. How did he even do so much things?
Oh shit, up here with me.
Reinforcements inbound.
Hey, he's up again
Slow
too.
down.
Redeployment time reduced. We gotta load up.
No bueno.
Hostile mortar strike incoming. Your squad mates back on station. Good work.
Is this where it actually landed the loadout?
This spot right there.
No, fuck! I need someone to hold my hand.
Okay. He needs an adult.
I do. That skin is fire, man. That camo?
Resources. Go get your revenge. Our UAV is orbiting the area.
Do you need plates?
Your team made it to the safe zone.
LMG, this sector's hot.
I will need plates, yep.
Take this one. Take it.
Thanks, homie.
2 and 2, we splitting.
You got a whole fucking goon
Oh
fest.
yeah, let's go.
Bro.
There's
Let's in the area.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Oh, I really thought I was gonna land on top of that building.
Oh man. They literally stuck me with a Semtex. Okay, bro.
Are they in here?
Yeah, they're on the second floor hiding in the bathroom.
Yep.
They're the type of rats that are like holding hands.
Redeploying.
How are you not dead? Excuse me?
Let's go. Yeah.
Are you fucking serious? There's a whole fucking another team of rats coming in from downstairs.
Buy station prices are adjusted.
Where the fuck are y'all, man?
Downstairs, team of rats coming upstairs. Are you fucking serious? Where did he just go?
I got one. Oh, in here, coming from upstairs, upstairs.
Oh, he's
Pushing
going
for-
behind
oh.
us too.
Because they came from up, down, and at the bottom. Bro.
I had no plates.
That was goofy, honestly. I got lie, that was boof.
Fucking botched, dude.
Boofing. Boofing with them beef. Okay, let's go. Mazra? I mean, Vondo or Ishika?
Doesn't matter.
You go 1-1.
Yeah.
Rudy. You know, just one day I want to have reach Rudy's level of Zen.
All you gotta do is lay there all day and wait for somebody else to feed you.
But like, he's just like, even like for a cat, he's just like extra relaxed,
I don't know. I'd be zen too if that was my life.
right?
I ain't gotta do shit today.
I felt like a cat.
He's just like, yep. The best is when I get up out of bed though, and he'll walk over to like the patio door, and I let him out in his little catio, and he like does a stretch, and he's just like, yeah.
Use this time to practice.
His little, like, yeah, his catio.
Watch the skies. Enemy soldier incoming. Warm-up is over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone. Hostiles dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
I was crying the whole game. For some reason, my eyes were so watery. I literally couldn't see anything. I needed to fucking wash my face. I was crying. I don't know why. It was like I was cutting onions or something, bro. Shit.
You're just so happy playing Call of Duty.
Oh, I think that's exactly why.
Survive and your team can redeploy.
This game is so beautiful.
You're crying because it's so bad.
I love it.
Can't.
I love it.
Ooh,
The best this game has ever been. Hands down, 100%.
oh, what the fuck? Help! I need an adult. What a bitch.
Hey.
Literally landed 2 shots on me.
Stand by for redeployment.
Magic, where are you at? Oh, you're over there.
Yeah, I was hiding from the world.
Stop shooting me.
Enemy counter UAV is active. Hostile UAV in the area. You have reinforcements
Wait, what
inbound.
do
3 of them in there.
Enemy squad is tracking your position.
Oh, can I please get a gun?
Hostile
Oh,
counter UAV
What the
overhead.
hell? Really?
here.
From where? Oh my god, are you fucking joking? What's that kid got?
explosive. Shot me through the
They're
wall.
pushing, they're pushing, they're pushing.
Squad mate is redeploying. Well done. Enemies deployed a counter UAV.
Did you get him?
I don't know where the fuck he is.
I have a plate box if you guys need. Shit.
How?
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Your squad mates back on station. Good work.
No, you.
You got gas moving in. You're back on station. Get after it. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done. Your team is in the safe zone. Friendly airstrike on the way. Enemy UAV overhead.
Cool. 2 of the same guns. Maybe not.
Enemy counter UAV is active.
Going up top.
Hostile UAV in the area.
They're on top here.
No, I'm going to top.
Okay.
Loadout drop headed your way.
Sound there's gonna be people coming in from gas station area. Yep, right here. Down. Up on the hill. Up on the hill. Behind the boxes.
Oh my god, bro! I'm fucking fighting 4 of them. Like,
Your position. We've breached the enemy's network. Locate their
killed
uplink
fucking
station.
3 over
Oh,
here.
Sam on
now there's
top.
2 more. Like,
Hit. Nice. Let's go. Nice.
No hit, shots missed.
Oh, I'm being sniped from the where we came from. I think he's got those fire rounds.
I had my daddy on him, Sina, and I gave him the business. I had a daddy on him.
Yeah, there's a guy on top. Up here.
oh, are you this game, dog? Oh my god. There's no way, dude. So bullshit. Put a whole clip into you, bro. Like, fucking.
Friendly UAV on station. Enemy UAV active.
Moving.
Sina, do have money for another UF.
Oh.
Alright, Sina? What happened?
25 are left. Stay sharp out there.
You hear her?
I had to answer my phone.
Oh, I thought you got sniped.
I did get sniped
you
from
did.
Castle. From fucking Narnia.
Someone took all the good shit.
Time on edge. You're redeploying.
Wait, oh, it's a Sinna shit.
Got a hostile here.
Yep. That guy's still sniping from
Now a more strike
Castle?
has been found.
or did it fall through the glass? Oh, no.
And then we still got the team beyond him at the fucking. Oh, I just got sniped by somebody with incendiary rounds. That's
Yep,
tight.
that's the same guy. Or no, that was the guy on top of the tall building.
Yeah, lost plates.
Yeah, that's with a mortar.
Hostile UAV in the area.
They're on here.
Fine. I bought armor plates on the ground.
People moving over. Oh,
Enemy resecured
I'll go
their
back up.
network.
I feel like we need to move. Yeah. Come on. Let's keep, if we want to win, we gotta keep in front of them, man.
They're jumping
People gonna
off.
be in front of us.
They're
Like,
looking
shit.
at. They're looking over. Right here. 2. Oh, there's guys sniping from fucking.
Yeah, that's insane. Fucking bitch.
They're all sniping on top of castle.
This kid has to be fucking. Okay, no, he's just fucking sitting on top.
Yep.
Enemy UAV overhead.
I kind of want to wrap
Go
back
something
around.
to the wall,
Magic. I want to
yeah.
go northwest. I think. Yep. These fucking guys, man.
They're so annoying.
Just they've literally been there
Yeah,
the
Magic,
whole.
they're looking at you. Magic, they're looking at you. Magic, you're gonna die.
They've literally been there the whole game.
You have
Oh,
reinforcements inbound.
I got people in front of me.
Watch your six. Resurgence window is ending.
People close.
Alright, guys. Fuck. I gotta go check something real quick.
Rudy, are you just a handsome boy?
Some of your team is still outside the safe zone.
He's
Let's
like,
keep moving.
yes, I am.
Sorry, I had a big ass firework. I think just hit the window. That shit was loud as fuck in here.
Hit your window?
Yeah, somebody probably misfired. That shit's funny.
Wow.
I was like, yo, that shit made the fucking window shake, bro. What the fuck is going on?
Hostile cluster mine detected. Enemy dropping the AO. Enemy soldier incoming.
These guys are just camping on here.
Castle is ours now.
Yeah. Let's go up. Move! As a unit!
Hey, yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, people here, go. Let's go top, let's go top. No, don't do that, go top, don't do that, go top. If you have a grenade. Yeah, throw a grenade or something. No. It's gonna...
Oh, it's a cluster. Well,
Yeah.
you know, you should have said a cluster is on the stairs.
I heard something, I didn't know if it was
You know,
Hey, you're listening to the same stuff I'm listening
Are
to.
there more stairs? I'm going up the other side.
Enemy
Oh, he's just aiming down the stairs.
Stairs.
Help!
One shot.
Oh yeah,
You're such a rat, dude.
they're on both sides.
Yep.
Oh my god, this is so fucking dog shit. Ugh.
We're dead, by the way.
Oh my god, teams from fucking earlier. Yeah.
I need a couple bucks.
Oh god, I need a gun.
Give
I don't even have enough bucks for you.
moving in.
Oh my god, of course you
David!
fucking go down, bro. Are you fucking...
They're inside.
I got no plates. He just swiped me instantly like I wasn't in there.
Nice, let's go. Hey, you can get magic back
Keep the
again.
pressure on.
I don't know if it's worth. I can hover.
Oh, damn.
So,
Just pick, cause I'm a Muskie. I can't really.
Yeah.
Sucks for me to pick.
I like these guys they're actually just camping
like-
on top. Oh, there's guys on the hill too. 1, 2. Not really anywhere safe.
shots.
Yep. Oh, let's just take forever to cut the fucking cord. I love that.
He's got a durable, doesn't he? Is that what's smoking on the floor there? No.
You're so bad. Hey, what do you know? They're still on top.
Oh yeah, they're not gonna leave there.
Come on, go inside, bitch.
That window is about to pop off in a second. You heard? They're gonna have to jump off the building, Sammy. They're coming through that window right now. I promise you.
What's wrong?
Yep. Subtext!
Oh!
You're so much
Oh my
better. Let's fucking go.
1v3, 1v3. Goodbye is bad.
Yeah, actually could with the durable run forward.
Oh
try.
god, so
Good try.
close. Good try.
Oh, that fucking time wipe though in that building though. That Semtech was close. Just beat the shit out of him in the window. Let's go. Back here. We don't need to watch this. Good game. That's our second place tonight. Damn it. Look, I'd love to keep going, but I gotta get off.
That's it.
Yep.
It is 9:30.
It's weird, you know. I got a holiday today, but I still work tomorrow, so. Sleepy time she comes.
I wish I had that willpower.
I got to, or I'm gonna be fucked tomorrow.
Do we have a third, a fourth, or a third and a fourth?
Vote? Question?
Oh no. Does anyone want to play?
Yeah, somebody play. Please. I did buy some new games. Could try somehow. Alright, you guys, have a good night.
Good night.
Good night, bud.
Later.
Little bud.
Later, bit.
Do we do shipment? Fondo?
Yeah, do shipment. We'll work on our ship.
Fuck it. Something to do.
I think I only needed a couple more. Fuck, the wheels on this chair.
check real quick. What do we need? Shots. Cool.
I just need 10 more point blanks.
Let's do that real quick. Then maybe if you finish them, just do 3.
The
take
threes?
3 kills.
Yeah. And I need 11 more long shots on my Cronin. I don't know what that means.
More fish and
dude.
chips.
Fish and chips? Fire.
Mm-hmm. Sounds amazing right now.
Mm-hmm. Shipment? Yeah, we're working on the... Ow. Ow. Who is fucking shooting me? That's fun. Love that. I don't like these lobbies.
Yeah, I gotta have to start using my...
Motherfuck. Pardon? What? Okay. Love that for them. Ow. What? I shot him in the head! I don't understand. Oh man. I'm getting torched right now, man.
Dropped him.
Oh, I'm out of ammo. I'm like, why can't I reload? Ow. Ow. This guy! Yo, Wealthy! Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Ooh. Oh! No!
Our UAV is orbiting the area.
Oh, that would have been the 3 kill.
Damn. Yeah, they would just spawn beside me, because why wouldn't they? No? Rude. Fuck! Wait, that was a bad guy. No, I was reloading. Ow. What? Like, if I'm shooting someone in the head, you know, that's usually a headshot, you know? I don't understand. No, fuck off. Fuck. Fuck him up. Oh. Let me out! Fucking teammates! Yes, let's all stack where we're all fucking dying. Okay, okay.
Oh my god, they're all in the red middle.
Okay, trophy doesn't do anything. I love that. Love that for them.
I just spawned, man.
Yeah, we need to get rid of this thing.
3rd time that happens.
It's almost dead. I can't see! Yeah, keep
Nah, I got
jumping,
killed with
dummy.
your sniper.
Oh, you're so good. Man, this guy has the fucking reflexes. Okay. We're using cluster mines in fucking multi. Love that for you.
guy with the fucking shotgun is so annoying.
Mm-hmm. The Bryson?
Yeah, the one shotter.
Yep.
So then, yep, one shot.
That's you. Whew, take a little breather over here. Ah! Killed you twice, dipshit. Kill you again.
How do you send?
Yeah, this gun is not good at range. Dude just got a fucking class on us.
Fuck yeah, we won. Didn't want those kids to win. Shotgun using assholes.
See how many I got. Gotcha, Pogs. I got them here. What'd everyone do for 4th today? Sam, did you do anything for 4th of July?
No, I was working.
Alright. Fuck, I still need 9. God, these are so annoying.
I wish.
Watch Twitch played a few matches? Nice. Who'd you play with?
I need 3 triple kills, so 6 more, sorry. 6 more and then I need long shots. Which I can't do in shipment.
I think point blanks are by far my least favorite out of any of the
Can we get cracked ass fucking player from
Huh?
Y'all play with freaking shotguns. What the fuck is happening?
These are your lobbies. I found a guy with Kadachis.
I've never even used a shotgun unless when I was doing a freaking Orion. That's the only time.
I almost just gotta hide in a corner. Oh, yep. Okay, teammate just stand in the fucking way. This ain't the lobby. Back me out. I'm backing out.
Wait, what happens to that? Back out?
Back out. This is not. This ain't it.
Gotcha.
Like, unless you're doing well, then stay and I'll just... Maybe make me host. I don't know. I haven't been playing very much.
you're the party leader. Let's go. Oh, sunglasses. Oh, let's go.
It's my new channel point redemption. We're not really comfortable with the headphones though. I don't know how people with I don't know how people with glasses wear these types of headphones. Look at the booty. The booty.
But the boot root. Boot root.
Booty booty.
Booty.
See? I got a little dee-doo on the chair. Just not a worry in the world. I did cue us in. Yes, okay. I'm tired.
Still early, which is kind of early-ish. Still got like another maybe 30, 40 minutes, 50 minutes, and maybe an hour.
I might start one of my new games tonight.
Which one?
I don't know. I got Disney Dreamlight Valley and what's it called? Detroit. Detroit Become Human.
Gotcha.
That's how you felt today? I didn't. I feel like I didn't. I got quite a bit of sleep. Fuck. Detroit is good. Yeah, I don't know if. I don't know if I should start that right now. You know. Oh fuck. Fuck! I don't know, man. I can't duty today. I'm just slow. Of course, you're just hiding in the fucking corner. Holy shit, man. Oh, it's a bad guy. Hello. Thanks, teammate.
It's gonna be triple feed. That's what it.
In shipment, you just gotta kind of stand back. Ow, ow, ow. Fuck. Yeah, I got my flashbang blockers on. That's actually hard to say.
Wow.
Ow. No, this fucking guy every time. Holy fuck. Reload, please. Hello? Da, 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 da. I was around the corner, but okay, that's fine. Fuck! I can't move!
Come on, bro.
Gotcha, bitch. And then there's two of you camping on the other side. Got like a hair in my eyeball or something. Hey, guys, can you get the fuck out of here? Thanks. I'm in danger. That's me. I'm your teammate. Oh, that's not my teammate. Yeah, it's like I got like a hair poking me in the corner of my eye. What's that guy doing? The dude just literally came around the corner. Okay. Okay. A splinter in your eye? That sounds awful. Oh, what the fuck? That's like a hair. Ooh. Yeah, that doesn't sound enjoyable. Wow. These guys with their fucking fire shotguns.
Whole lobby's using the same fucking shit.
Yeah, I know. I don't understand.
I don't get it. Is there no shotgun that we don't know about?
No.
Okay. Just asking for a friend.
Did I get anything there? Fuck, I need 6 more. Didu. Just a little didu.
I got a gold off that.
My enemy.
Wait, do I have a gold? No, I don't. Right.
What time do you work tomorrow?
8:30 to 8.
That's a long day.
Yep.
So yeah, it sounds like a war zone outside. Yeah, You know what? I never understood why to have the celebration on like the night of, because if it's during the week, everyone works the day after. Like, I don't know. I think you should have the celebration the night before. I was gonna kind of hide in the middle.
What about lady?
Fuck!
This is spawn, literally just one.
You guys are really annoying. Me and my teammate, we're just shooting at each other. Fuck, we're so good.
He's sitting in the corner. You're such a dick, dude. Like, you gotta be.
Oh, always dude lying down in the back. Wow. Okay. I got 1 kill and I'm shooting at like 3 different people. Camping in the middle because I need close range or point blank. Got 1, thank you. How do they fucking die? You have more health in multiplayer than you do in Warzone. Like, what? The fuck is this game?
Bobby's fucked.
Glitchy as shit too, holy smokes. How am I not dead? Pardon me?
Oh, together.
Huh?
This lobby's fucked.
Yeah. We should get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Do that, because I already did.
Oh.
I thought I was in charge.
I was like, wait, how'd you do that? I forgot I was in charge. Okay, I'm in the lobby. I was gonna say I'll join you. Okay. You tonight and each other. I need 5.
Oh, man.
5! Pain!
Oh, shit. Shit, actually?
Hmm. Yep.
You do your thing on it. On the shipment. Because
Okay.
I got all the close range.
Okay. You can do long shots on there too.
I tried, and it's a bitch.
Yeah. You
I'm
just
gonna
have
do
to
like a
camp in the corner.
hardcore. I'm gonna do hardcore. Gonna do one hardcore. Lobby. Not even. What DLC? I don't want to play the DLC, bro.
No! Get out of my way. Really? That was not point blank. Wild. Also not point blank. Love it. Holy bro!
Oh, Holy bro.
That's Timmy. I'm in danger. Why does it take so long to reload a gun? Fuck! Okay, well, I didn't really mean to do this right here, but that's fine. Okay, that's why. That's why I didn't want to do that there. Boop, boop, boop. Ah! Ooh, I got him. Okay. Oh, that was another barrier. Ah! I'm scared!
You got that shit.
Oh, wow. Fuck. I don't know how these guys have, like, the reflexes. Like, I'm literally just have my first bullet and I'm dead already. Thank you, teammate. Thank you so much for that. This guy's really annoying. Ah! Riddle me this. How do you have more health in multiplayer than in Warzone? Make that make sense, you know? It's okay, I don't need to see anyone. Oh, wow. Good. Take my fucking mortar strike. Ooh, it's still going. Don't hurt me, don't hurt me, don't hurt me! Of course, that's a point blank with my pistol. That's not the one I needed! I'm so dead right now. No, 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 don't kill me! Oh, fuck. No! Wait, how did you kill me? You fucking loser. Teammates? Great. Like how I'm around corners and I somehow still get shot.
Put the Call of Dookie.
Wow. Putting up a UAV. Thanks, Timmy. Got it! Let's go! I need chips. Little triple kill action. Oh, I stopped shooting. Holy shit, dude. Calm down. That's the best centering I've ever seen in my life. Holy fuck. Get fucked. Okay, I'm out of here. I don't even know how many kills I have. 53. I'm actually not doing too bad. Fuck. Friendly fire, you asshole! Ugh. All right. Now we're on to gold. I think I'm done with Call of Duty for tonight, though.
I feel you. I'm done too. I'm downloading the DLC so I can play hardcore tomorrow. I'm not doing it tonight.
For what?
So I can play hardcore. I guess I uninstalled.
It's a DLC. Interesting.
Downloaded it. Yeah. I don't question this game anymore.
All right. Am I drinking? Caffeine-free Diet Coke. What time is it? 9? Actually, let's start Detroit. Let's give it a little.
Do it.
The fuck? What is happening here? Computer, hello? This game. My camera glitching on screen too, or on stream. It's installing the shaders and it won't let me change the window.
When you hear us in the club, you gotta turn it up. You gotta turn it up. You gotta turn it up. When we up in the club, all
Yeah,
eyes on us.
yeah.
All eyes on us. All eyes on
It's doing the shaders for Detroit Become Human. We're at 13%.
bring the action.
When you first in the club, you gotta turn it up. You gotta turn it up. You gotta turn it up. When we up in the club, all eyes on us. All eyes on us.
Never? It's like futuristic. So have you seen like iRobot? It's kind of like that, where it's like there's AI and they basically develop like their own thoughts. That PGA looks fun, actually.
You are now rocking with Will I Am and Britney, bitch.
Turn it up.
This might take some time. We are at 28%. I could teach you how to golf. Apparently I'm a very good teacher. I've had a couple people tell me that like the tips I've given them has helped them a lot. But my dad taught me, so everything I know is from what he... Ooh. Nice. Yeah, still. That'll still be fun. Just a Rudy. We're at 42%. Okay, well, I'm gonna run to the bathroom and put my groceries away while this is doing its thing. I'll be back, guys. All right. That worked. It's at 98%. Back to my normal stream? What do you mean? I have shaders installing on this new game and it was making my camera lag like crazy. Of course, it's gonna be 45 minutes. Yeah, that's not bad. Very nice. Ooh, this game looks nice. Ooh. Na, 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 na.
Hello. Welcome to the Detroit experience.
There we go. All right. Perfect. Motherfuck. Stay on that screen. English, subtitles, yes. Medium.
Please adjust your screen settings. Thank you. Now select your profile.
Were you frozen? Hello? Oh, there we go. I want immersive gameplay with advanced control. Let's do casual.
You are now ready to begin Detroit. Remember, this
Look
is
at these
not
graphics.
just a
That's
story.
insane.
This is our future.
I need help with my swing and putting. Yeah, I suck at putting. Ooh.
Negotiator on site. Repeat. Negotiator on site.
Don't stop. I can't leave her.
This is neat. With alignment. Hmm. Neato, gang.
Please, please, you gotta save my little girl.
If it's slicing to the right, it means you're opening the face of your club.
All right, ma'am. We
You need to go.
You can't do that. Why aren't you sending a real person? Joel, that's the thing here. Keep that thing away from my daughter.
Any second. I don't give a shit. My men are ready to step in. Just give the order. Fuck.
Captain Allen, my name is Connor. I'm the android sent by CyberLife.
It's firing at everything that moves. It already shot down 2 of my men.
These graphics are insane. That looks like a movie.
She falls.
What am I supposed to do?
Do you know its name?
I haven't got a clue. Does it matter?
I need information to determine the best approach. Do you know if it's been behaving strangely before this?
Listen. Saving that kid is all that matters. So either you deal with this fucking android now, or I'll take care of it.
How do I locate the hostage? Am I supposed to just be wandering around? That's where I came from.
All units hold positions. The negotiators go in.
Bullet wound. Bullet wound. Bullet wound. Get some sleep. Yo, Morris, thanks for hanging out, dude. Have a good day at work tomorrow. Hope you have a good sleep. Rudy. Hi, Jack. How we doing? Rewind. What am I looking for? Ah. Happy Tuesday. It was an okay day. Had to take Red Zone to the airport today.
Your order for an AP700 Android has been registered. CyberLife thanks you for your purchase.
Unlock the dialogue.
Man down. I repeat, man down. Requesting immediate evac. Okay. Yeah.
I'm trying to find the freaking hostage. No, not at all. It's like a 15-minute. It's not a scary game. It's like androids become human. Detroit become human. This, oh my god, these camera angles. Akash! Dude! The frick? Dude, thank you. The heck? Thanks, man. Search hostages.
I get those goosebumps every time.
Gus!
You ease my mind, you make everything feel fine.
Thanks, man. Thanks for the resub.
What are we waiting for? We should take down this asshole.
How you doing? Bunch deceased. Wait. P.O. Decker. Shh, Boulevard. Blood. Gunshot residue. Hostage witnessed the shooting. That's not good. Cop shot the deviant. I'm supposed to be looking for. Oh. Jesus, scared the crap out of me.
Don't come any closer or I'll jump!
No, please, I'm begging you!
My name is Connor. What about you? What is your name?
Daniel! Yeah, that's the name they gave me! Stay back!
Uh-oh.
I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to talk and find a solution.
Talk! I don't want to talk! It's too late for that now. It's too late.
They were going to replace you and you became upset.
Red
That's what
zone.
happened, right? I thought I was part of the family. I thought I mattered. But I was just their toy. Something to throw away when you're done with it. Listen, I know it's not your fault. These emotions you're feeling are just errors in your software. No, it's not my fault. I never wanted this. I love them, you know? But I was nothing to them. Just a slave to be ordered around.
Just started this game. It looks wild.
There's no way out, Daniel.
Uh-oh.
What you've done is too serious. The only question is whether or not you take another innocent life.
I feel like I
It's
chose
not
the
up
wrong
to
thing.
you. I'm holding all the cards. If I die,
I chose the wrong thing. I chose the
she
wrong thing.
dies. You hear me?
Hi, sleep all night. How we doing?
I can't stand that noise anymore. Tell that helicopter to get out of here. I don't think they'd listen to me. You have to trust me, Daniel. Let the hostage go, and I promise you, everything will be fine. I want everyone to leave.
That's
I
wild.
want a car. When I'm outside the city, I'll let her go. That's impossible, Daniel. Let the girl go, and I promise you won't be hurt. I don't want to die. You're not going to die. We're just going to talk. Nothing will happen to you. You have my word.
He's gonna let the girl go and they're gonna snipe him.
Now it's my turn to decide.
He just sacrificed himself. Okay, really, who puts glass railings on something that high? Holy shit. Red, was your mom happy to see you? Crying? I'm not crying. Wow. Wow. Cool. Oh, you're crying? Why are you crying? What's wrong? I watched Julaz play this for a little bit.
This is the top-of-the-range household assistant. It cooks 10,000 different dishes.
Come on, Zoe, let's go.
200 languages and dialects. And handles the kids' homework from elementary school up to... Good afternoon. Can I help you?
Honey, it looks amazing. This is exactly what we need.
I can $7,999 with a 48 months interest-free payment. And it comes with a 2-year warranty for parts and labor. Painting, plumbing, gardening, repairs. At night, it
It switches to surveillance mode and contacts emergency services if there's a break-in or if it detects
Am I
smoke.
supposed to do
How much is
anything?
that one over there? The NBA is slightly more expensive, but it has many other functions.
Thank you. And we're good.
Can I go pick it up?
Yeah, right back here. There it is.
Oh, hello.
It was a bit difficult getting it back in working order. Okay. It was really messed up. What'd you say happened to it again?
The car hit it. Stupid accident.
Ah, I see. Anyway, it's as good as new now, except that we had to reset it. Meaning we had to wipe its memory. I hope you don't mind.
That'll be fine.
Okay.
That dude does
Give
not
it a
look
name.
like. I mean,
My
I
daughter
shouldn't.
did.
This
And
guy does
for
not
her,
look like he can
register
afford
your name.
an AI worth, what'd they say, $20,000?
Kara.
My name is Kara.
So I guess you get to play different androids. I thought it was just the one. I like the music. This is very cool. I think this game's on sale right now if anyone else is interested. 2038. Pigeons! The pigeons are definitely still on my my balcony. I do not want controls off. Alright, let's go.
Would you like to go home now?
Yes, Rose. Yes, I think that's enough for now.
Here. Let me help.
Oh, thank you.
Can you imagine having androids like this?
Hey, water.
I don't know if I was gonna get nailed by a car.
We built these androids to be our slaves, but the slaves are becoming the masters.
It will. Do you think that it'll happen in our lifetime?
Identification verified. Here is your order number 847. That will be $63.99. Please confirm payment.
Really?
Payment confirmed. Transaction complete.
Wild. Huh. Okay, go around the corner.
Where the fuck you going, Tin Can? Hmm? No kidding. Hey guys, check it out. We got one of those tin cans here.
Look at this little motherfucker. You steal our
Whoa.
dogs, but you can't even stand up.
You ain't going anywhere. We're gonna fuck your bitch ass up.
Yeah, waste it.
Do it!
Alright. It's enough. Leave it alone.
Let us teach this bastard a lesson.
You damage it, I'm gonna have to find you.
You can take your job next. We see how you like it.
Okay. Let's go. Run along.
Whew.
Androids are stealing our jobs. We got families to feed, and these androids are taking our places.
Take the bus home? Yeah. Oh.
The bus is arriving. We hope you enjoy your journey.
Yeah, it's a little bit spicy. There's an Android compartment. Hmm. All right.
Hi, Dee-Doo.
Wow. Also, guys, the PC got some upgrades if you want to see a picture.
You coming?
I like the camera switch. That's cool.
You've been gone for 2 weeks, so the place is a mess. You do the housework, the washing, you cook the meals, and you take care of... God damn it, where the fuck's the brat gone now? Alice! Alice! Oh, there you are. That's Alice. You look after her. Homework, bath, all that crap. Got it?
Yes, Todd.
Get started down here, then you do upstairs.
More hydrate? I'm gonna have to grab more water for that.
TV on.
Where's the trash?
Yeah. Maybe. Depends on what you need. Yeah, I can get that. Yeah. I'll bring it tomorrow. Yeah, same place. You know where.
Kitty treats. How's the game? It's interesting.
Bless you. Oh. Alright, well, you get a free treat later. You do. Next door. Come on.
Dexter's being so shy.
You do.
Yeah, if you guys chew them, you actually get to enjoy them a little more. Don't bite, please, don't bite. It's just stuff on my fingers. Thank you. All right.
Fuck, man.
I've made a good start down here. I'll head upstairs.
Do what you have to do, but stop bothering me.
Oh, crabby bitch. This would be a cool Halloween costume, but like, how many people would actually know what you are, you know? Unless you went to a party that was like full of people. Full of gaming nerds. Yeah, he's mean. Hi Walker, how we doing? I like these games that like give you like an intro that kind of like show you how to do the game basically. Doing good. Winding down. Were you celebrating today? What'd she just find? That's how I'm doing this all the time while my dad watched TV. Aww.
Watch it.
Man, he is a horrible person.
I just want to tidy up your room a little. I only need 2 minutes. Is that okay, Alice?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're made by like the same studio. You get all the 100%.
I'm sure we used to be friends before I was reset. Maybe we can be friends again. Your father said you chose my name. Kara. It's nice. How did you choose it? You should tell me about yourself. What you like to do, where you like to go, your favorite foods. That would really help me. Okay. I can see you want some space. I'll leave you alone.
Oh my god. Hello! Anne! Anne. Clever name. Hello! Struggle bus? I'm on the struggle bus. Guys, welcome in. Hello! Hi! Guys, how we doing? What were you playing? You're also nice, nice. How far into it are you? I literally just started playing it. Guys, welcome in. We have a sleepy kitty cat. This is Rudy. I got another little kitty cat beside me. You just finished. Very cool. I literally just started it. I just started it like 40 minutes ago. I don't even know. Yo, yes, I am a Canadian. Hello, Rusty Pride. BFG Aries, thank you for the follow, and thank you for the follow. Thank you for the raid too. Holy shit. Welcome in, everybody. How long did it take you to finish the game? Also, for the raiders, welcome to my channel. I am Sinus Chick. Or just Cinna. I used to play mostly Call of Duty, but I've been branching out the last 6 months or so. We'll do some COD, we do some Detroit Become Human. I played a lot of Hogwarts. Occasionally some Animal Crossing. I just bought Disney Dreamlight Valley. So, yeah, just trying to find some like cozy games and stuff. I also like these kind of games because then I get to like pay more attention to chat. Okay, about 9-ish hours. Very cool. Very cool. Also, happy 4th of July to any of the Americans in here. Resume. What was I supposed to do? This? Oh, she gave her the key. That's right. Yes, thank you, and happy belated Canada Day to any of my fellow Canadians. And do you think you will replay this game at some point? I've heard there's like is it 32 different endings? Hey Andrew. Hello. Her shitty dad. I don't like him. You ended up in the darkest timeline. Gonna talk to mom. Does mom work tomorrow? Yeah, I don't like Todd. I can already tell. He's a little bit of a fuckface, if you will. No, not in the bathroom. We're already done that. The camera and the controllers, like, this is gonna take me a little bit to get used to.
What are you doing?
I'm playing.
You're playing. I know what you're thinking. You think your dad's a lowlife? Huh? Fucking loser? Can't get a job, take care of his family?
Keyboard and mouse? No, I am I am
Don't
on
you think I
controller.
tried to make things work? But whatever I do, when someone
Outside.
comes along,
Hi,
they just
Musty
fuck it
Cows.
all
How we
up.
doing? Oh, and no, seriously. You're more than welcome to. You came in here, brought your community over here, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
God, what am I doing? I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know I love you, don't you? You know I love you.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, we do. Okay, cool. Yes, we are a very supportive channel here. Really like sharing communities, hanging out. I am from smack dab in the middle. Right in the middle of the prairies. Hi, Sean. Sask? No, I'm in Manitoba. We're in Manitoba. Take care of Carl. Alright, where's Carl? Upstairs. Alright, let's step around the thing that's not there. Alright. You're in Alberta? Very nice. Yeah, but you have the mountains there. You're a lot closer to the mountains than... Oh, what is that? Wait, no, okay, well, let's go in a little circle. A little dancey dance. Ooh. Ooh. I know, Red, I missed you too. It's a big, big difference. Ooh. I walked around nothing. Let's go. Hi, Rye. Stinky Manitoba. Lack of my red, white, and blue? What do you mean? I'm Canadian. You feel it? Yeah.
Good morning, Carl.
Good morning.
You're in
It's 10
Canadian
a.m.
smoking section?
The weather is
Wait, is
partly
that
cloudy,
Alberta
54
or
degrees,
on the
80%
East
humidity
Coast?
with a strong
We got two
possibility of
smoking sections
afternoon
going
showers.
on.
It sounds like a good day to spend in bed.
No problem, man. Thank you so much.
I did
Seriously,
go
thank
pick
you
up
for the
the
raid.
paint
Thank you for bringing your computer
Oh,
or your
yes,
computer,
son.
your community.
That is the difference
I'm so
between you and me, right,
out of
Marcus?
it. Your computer.
You never forget anything.
Also, guys, welcome to my channel where I say dumb shit. It's not that you missed each other. We really did, SD. I'm not gonna lie. I do miss you. Oh, man. I also often forget what I'm saying, so. I said computer instead of community.
No. Carl. Thank you.
I just opened my eyes. And
Oh
I'm
my
already
goodness.
gritting my teeth. Humans are such a fragile machine. They break down so quickly.
Yeah, we also have the best emote, if I do say so myself.
Hey,
Man, that guy has a lot of
what happened
tattoos.
to your clothes?
Oh, it's not.
Time to get baked with all the new goodies. Oh, guys, let's help. Chat, let's help Red Zone.
What a bunch of idiots. They think they can stop progress by roughing up a few androids? I hope they didn't harm you.
Oh, no. They just pushed me around, Carl. I'm fine. Okay. I'll take you to the bathroom now.
Chocolate chip cookies? Man, I could go for some cookies. Ooh, I have the cake. Red, I bought more of that cinnamon cake. They were actually the shopper actually refunded it, and then he found one. There was one left. Yeah, the duck stab, that's pretty cool. The laundry list, he got 4 or 5.
Anything special on the agenda today?
After all the
Yes,
training.
there's
Okay, well, I'm
opening
off
of
for
your
2 weeks.
retrospective at the Museum of Modern Art.
The gallery director left 4 messages asking to confirm your attendance.
I haven't decided yet. We'll see about that later.
Okay.
What else?
Just your usual fan mail. I've already answered.
How am I supposed to get this guy downstairs?
Any news from Leo?
Take Carl to the dining table. Y'all have an elevator in here or what?
No, don't bother.
Or does Carl just stay in the room? Hello? In the room. No? Hello? Where's the dining table? Oh, I see. There's a thingy on the wall. I see. I was looking for an actual elevator. That thing's nifty. Holy cow. Wow. Diesel honeycomb indicas, shatter, mountain kush, blackberry punch, I think.
I'm starving.
Well, your breakfast is ready. Bacon and eggs, just the way you like them.
Thank you, Marcus.
You're welcome.
Six different pinks and a purple. Ooh. I don't know anything about these things, so I mean, you guys are more than welcome to nerd out on the strains and things. Here you go. It's got some figs.
Thank you, Marcus. Television.
Tensions continue to rise in the Arctic since Russia unilaterally declared the region part of its national territory.
I'd work for this guy.
Warships have taken position in the Barents Sea since Saturday.
Oh, Mom, like the glasses. They're very nice. You could have bought a pair for her.
Why don't you find something to do while I finish my breakfast?
Sure. Okay, Carl.
The American ambassador again informed an emergency meeting of the UN.
You want a coffee?
The United States would not accept this annexation under any circumstances.
They are bougie AF. I'm not even gonna pretend, SD.
Reported to be headed for the Barents Sea. Douglas Cornwall, chairman of the UN, announced
Let's clean these up.
that we have never been so close to a third world war. He called on Russia and the United States to promptly renew talks before things get out of control.
Television off. Mankind is so depressing. Nothing but greed, stupidity, and violence. 5,000
You made me bougie. I wasn't like this. What am I supposed to do? Find something to do. Like what? I can't go in there. It's like, ooh, read a book. Plato.
What are you reading?
Plato's Republic. It's one of the books you recommended.
So, what do you think?
I quite like philosophy, I think. It asks the questions that I can't answer. You know, what is right or what is wrong, for example. It's not something that is so easy to decide.
Asking questions that have no answers is part of being human, Marcus. One day I won't be here to take care of you anymore.
Pit vipers.
You'll have to pick yourself. Make your choices. Decide who you are.
Yeah, fully. Red really wanted you to be his pilot.
This world doesn't like those who are different, Marcus. Don't let anyone tell you who you should
Look at
be.
the graphics. Look at the face lines, guys. This game is insane. Major Kusanagi Motoko? I'm so sorry, I butchered that really bad. I really like that emote. Esty's probably just cringing how I said it. Oh. Oh, look at this fancy thing.
Let's see where we left off. Remove the sheet.
Hi, Pygo. We had an amazing week. I'm on PC. Although I've seen it on PS5 and it's also crazy quality. Sharp and short? You want the bedroom? Major is fine. Pygo, I posted a picture of Red in his Discord. I posted some in mine too. What I'm supposed to do. Cheers. I'm all out of drinks and stuff. I need to refill the water.
So, what's your verdict, Marcus?
Yes, there is something about it.
Hmm.
Something I can't quite define.
Also, Hoonie, welcome in.
I guess I like it.
The truth is, I have nothing left to say anymore. Each day that goes by brings me closer to the end. I'm just an old man clinging to his brushes.
Carl.
But enough about me.
Big drinks. I had a Diet Coke.
Give it a try. Try painting something.
Paint? But would I... Painting what?
Anything you want. Give it a try.
Ooh, a conversation card. Yes. Guys, we're almost done. I really don't know where I put the other ones. Oh, I see them. They're half under the couch. So for anyone that is new, we have these conversation cards that are channel point redemptions. I feel like we already answered this one. No boba, and it is very lame. I agree. All right, guys. Could you marry someone if the sex wasn't good? We have this this deck when we're done. When we're done this one. I feel like those cards aren't going to be as spicy as these ones. Can I do this on keyboard and mouse? Ashley Madison did exist for that very reason. Ouch. Wasn't that just for cheaters? What direction is that?
That is a
Yeah,
perfect
fully, that's kind of my thinking, right? I mean, I would imagine that if you're at the point of marrying someone,
replicating the world. It's about interpreting and
you should be
proving on it.
together long enough that you could,
Showing
like, you know,
something you
try to tell them.
Carl, I don't think I can do that. It's not in my program.
Go on, go. Try it. Grab that canvas.
And if they're not good at it, by the time you guys are ready to get married, it probably means they don't care enough to try to get better, which is not a good sign for marriage.
Do something for me. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Trust me.
Also true, Red Zone. Yes.
Try to imagine something that doesn't exist, something you've never seen. Now concentrate on how it makes you feel, and let your hand drift across the canvas.
That's masterpiece. This is so easy. It's a couple strokes and we're done. It's gonna be beautiful, isn't it? Now, if you both wait until marriage, yeah, GG's. Try to imagine something that doesn't exist, something that you've never seen. I know he's an AI.
Hey, Dad.
He doesn't know.
Leo.
AI editing pictures? Yeah. Yeah, I've seen,
No, I was in the neighborhood. I thought I'd stop by.
wasn't like that app
a while,
everyone
right?
was going nuts over a couple months ago?
You all right? You don't look so good.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Hey, listen, I need some cash, Dad.
Again?
Yeah, that's what I thought fully. Yeah, I know a lot of people's profile pics are.
It just goes, you know?
Yeah, you're on it again, aren't you?
No, I swear it's not that.
No, don't lie to me, Leo.
What difference does it make? I just need some cash, that's all.
Sorry. The answer's no.
What? Why?
You know why.
Yeah, I think I do know why. You'd rather take care of your plastic toy here than your own son, right? Tell me, Dad, what's he got that I don't? Smarter? More obedient? Not like me, right? But you know what? This thing is not your son. It's a fucking machine!
Leo, that's enough. Enough.
You don't care about anything except yourself and your goddamn paintings.
Maybe because you're a piece of shit, son.
You love me, Dad. You never loved me.
I didn't even hear Sam leave. Who's this, Connor? No androids allowed. Kind of sounds like we shouldn't be going in here.
Shit, I thought androids weren't allowed in here. What's your problem? Buy me a drink?
Narcotic supplier. Interesting. Domestic abuse. Who am I supposed to be looking for?
Lieutenant Anderson, my name is Connor. I'm the android sent by CyberLife. I looked for you at the station, but nobody knew where you were. They said you were probably having a drink nearby. I was lucky to find you at the 5th bar.
What do you want?
You were assigned a case early this evening. A homicide involving a CyberLife android. In accordance with procedure, the company has allocated a specialized model to assist investigators.
Well, I don't need any assistance. Especially not from a plastic asshole like you. Just be a good little robot and get the fuck out of here.
Ooh.
Listen, I think you should stop drinking and come with me. It'll make life easier for both of us. I understand that some people are not comfortable in the presence of androids, but
I am perfectly comfortable. Now back off before I crush you like an empty beer can.
I apologize, Lieutenant. I didn't mean to bother you. I'll wait for you outside. Take your time.
I feel like this would be a fun play, like to do a playthrough where you're just like an asshole. Why is he using this old ass car in 2038?
Wait here. I won't be long.
My instructions are to accompany you to the crime scene, Lieutenant.
Listen, I don't give a fuck about your instructions. I told you to wait here. So you shut the fuck up and you wait here.
Holy cow, why is everyone so mean in this game? Okay, okay. He told us to stay where we're gonna go. Perfect.
I'm not confirming anything.
Androids are not permitted beyond this point.
It's with me.
Ooh.
What part of staying in the car didn't you understand?
Your order contradicted my instructions, Lieutenant.
You don't talk, you don't touch anything, and you stay out of my way. Got it?
Got it.
Evening, Hank. We were starting to think you weren't gonna show.
Yeah, that was the plan until this asshole found me.
So, got yourself
This
an
hunter is
android,
on
huh?
very popular dad.
Oh, very funny. Just tell me what happened.
Why the heck didn't we? We need the most fundamental education was psychology in high school. Yeah, literally. Yeah.
Even worse before we opened the window.
But instead we learned how to do trigonometry. That's come in very handy.
And aggravated assault. According to the neighbors, he was kind of a loner. Stayed inside most of the time. They hardly ever saw him.
Well, stayed easy in. Wasn't worth calling everybody out in the middle of the night. Could have waited till morning.
I'd say he's been there for a good 3 weeks. We'll know more when the coroner gets here. There's a
Red
kitchen
face.
knife over here. Probably the murder weapon.
Any sign of a break-in?
Nope. The landlord said the front door was locked from the inside. All the windows were boarded up. The killer must have gone out the back way.
What do we know about his android?
Not much. The neighbors confirmed he had one, but it wasn't here.
Yeah, I mean, we could have told you it was blood.
I gotta get some air. Make yourself at home. I'll be outside if you need me.
Hello? No, okay. Let's not. We won't examine that. It's fine. We don't need to. Carlos Ortiz. Baseball bat? A metal baseball bat? Carlos, I think you're a little bit guilty here, sir. Huh. How do I examine the knife? Is that what I'm looking for? Hello? I can't rotate it anymore though. Like I think I'm supposed to investigate that thingy. Like all the other things I had an option to the fuck? Oh. All right.
Each letter is perfect. It's way too neat. No human writes like this. Chris, was this written in the victim's blood?
I would say so. We're taking samples for analysis.
Right.
LB.
Seems our friend Carlos liked to party. Chris, I want full analysis on the narcotics.
Consider it done, Lieutenant.
What do you want me to do? Okay. Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh. don't know what I'm looking for here. Hello? I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, well.
He's on his way.
Tried. No, I don't want to read that again. Stop. Hello. What is over here?
Come on, guys, get a move on. We don't want to be here all night.
Don't worry. No one wants to stay.
How's PC? It's running good. The game was COD was laggy, but it was the servers, it wasn't this. But even when I was running COD, I was still in like, I was under 60 Celsius for the CPU. No? Don't think so. Yes, thank you. Thank you for your help. What am I doing? I was stuck. And there's one more thing. Ah. The dead guy. He was doing drugs. Carlos Ortiz. Knife wound. Right? 28 knife wounds. Holy shit. Theft and aggravated.
He was stabbed 28 times.
Yeah.
To do?
Like the killer really had it in
Like sleeper game. Bought some tots. I might buy some tots. Or make some tots. I am alive. I know what I'm looking for. Okay. I know you want me to do LB, but I don't know what I'm looking at here. Cause I can only go X. Yeah, tots. What am I done? Report to Lieutenant Anderson. Where is he? Lieutenant! There he is. Hello?
Lieutenant, I think I figured out what happened.
Oh, yeah? Shoot, I'm all ears.
It all started in the kitchen.
There are obvious signs of a struggle. The question is, what exactly happened here?
I think the victim attacked the android with the bat.
That lines up with the evidence. Go on.
The android stabbed the victim.
So the android was trying to defend itself, right? Okay, then what happened?
The victim fled to the living room.
It's a brutal way to die.
He tried to get away from the android. All right, that makes sense.
The android murdered the victim with the knife.
Okay. Your theory's not totally ridiculous, but it doesn't tell us where the android went.
It was damaged by the bat and lost some therium.
Lost some what?
Therium. You call it blue blood. It's the fluid that powers androids' biocomponents. It evaporates after a few hours and becomes invisible to the naked eye.
Oh. But I bet you can still see it, can't you?
Correct.
Yeah.
Dude, get out of my way. Okay, so it came here. Oh. You go out the window? Hmm. Hmm. Well, where did he go? Did he go out the window? No. It's all leading over there. Not to the doors. I don't understand. Does anyone know what to do? These are the traces, that's for sure. Ooh.
with that chair?
I'm going to check something.
Gonna check something.
You get smacked in the head. Ah, it's creepy as shit. Nah. I don't like this. Ah.
I was just defending myself. He was gonna kill me. I'm begging you. Don't tell him.
Connor, what the fuck is going on up there?
They already know.
It's here, Lieutenant!
Oh, shit. Chris, Ben, get your asses in here now. Come on!
Mm-hmm. Wonder what the other thing is.
Todd? Dinner is ready.
What's he smoking in his pipe? It really is. If you like music in games, have you ever oh right, Red Ice, that's right. Have you ever played Spiritfarer?
There wasn't much in the kitchen. I did what I could.
Pasta.
Life's funny. I lost my job because of androids. And when I need somebody to take care of this goddamn house, what do? Go out and hire a fucking android. What a joke.
I mean, you're not working. You could have done it yourself, Todd.
Of course, androids are so fucking wonderful. They never fail. They're never tired. Never sad.
Makes sense. Lose your job and then spend your money on an android.
Perfect. They ruined my fucking life. What are you looking at? What's your fucking problem? Not the life you dreamed of, eh?
Yeah,
Maybe you think this is easy.
the soundtrack is amazing. But yeah, if you haven't played the game, highly recommend it.
My fault your fucking mother took off. You should stop taking drugs, Todd. Sometimes you really scare me, Todd. Fucking bitch took off without a word. Fucking whore walked out on me for a fucking accountant. It's all your fault.
Daddy, no.
It's all your fucking fault. Get back here. Come back here. Come back here right now. Yes!
What a piece of shit. Beat the fuck out of him, Kara.
You stay there. Don't you dare fucking move, or I'll bust you worse than last time. You took off without a word. I could have been happy. I could have had a family, but no!
The gameplay of it it's like so well thought out. Like just top 5 games, absolutely.
I just wasn't good enough for her.
He told me not to move, but I want to move. What am I breaking through my... Am I breaking through my orders? Uh-oh. Protect Alice. I don't feel like I can reason with him. There's no reasoning with him. We are deviant.
He's coming. He's gonna hurt me. Run! Get away, or he's gonna break you like last time.
We're running away!
You're coming with me.
It's all her fault. It's all her fucking fault. Alice! Come out of there right now!
Run, run, run. Mash. Got it. How many fucking logs this guy got on here? Jesus. Bye. Fuck you, Todd.
You have to obey me! You're mine.
Yo, Major with the like. Thank you so much. Get wrecked, Todd. Poor baby. He fucked her up so bad last time that the guy believed that she got hit by a car. AI or not, that is disgusting. Oh, a little stretchy stretch. Oh, I think I need a snack. I'm gonna grab a snack, guys. I'll be right back. Rudy, entertain the people. Thank you. Here you go. Rudy Boom. Just for you guys. Rudy, you're supposed to entertain the people. What the heck? Imagine Rudy just dipping out on his responsibilities. Yeah, happy place. This is my happy place.
That was by far the most boring party I've been to in the last 25 years. Every time I go to one of these, I ask myself, what the hell am I doing here? I hate cocktail parties and all the schmoozers that go there.
Well, it's a chance for all those people who admire your work to meet you.
Yeah. No one gives a damn about art. All they care about is how much money they're gonna make out of it.
New golf stuff?
Come on, let's have a drink.
Ooh.
All the excitement of this whole thing has made me thirsty.
What are you getting? Wait, what am I supposed to do? Take Carl to the living room. Okay.
Scotch? Neat as usual?
Absolutely.
Okay, but you know what your doctor would say.
Yeah, well, he can kiss my ass. I'm old enough to choose my own medication.
Oh. New shoes and a new golf bag? Nice. I need a new golf bag. Although I really don't. I just need the actual carry strap. I don't know what happened to it.
Did you leave the light on in the studio?
No, I'm sure I didn't.
Call the police.
Detroit Police, what's your emergency?
This is Carl Manfred's android at 8941 Lafayette Avenue. We've just returned home and found the lights on. There may have been a break-in.
A patrol car is on the way.
This is not for good. No good. No good for? What's the word? Why can't I think of it?
Marcus, no. I'm gonna come with you.
Up to no good?
Leo! What are you doing?
You refuse to help me, so I'm helping
Good for
myself.
nothing. Maybe that's
It's
what.
crazy
I
that
don't know.
some
My
people
brain
pay
is
for this shit.
struggling.
Don't touch them.
Rudy.
Look, they're all gonna be mine sooner or later anyway. Just think of it as a down payment on my inheritance.
Marcus, get him away from there. Get him out of here.
Be reasonable. This isn't gonna get you anywhere.
All you ever do is tell me to go away. What's wrong, Dad? Not good enough for you? Not perfect, like this fucking thing?
That's enough. Get out right now.
What makes it so special anyway, huh? What's it got that I don't?
Leave him alone.
Come on, let's see what you got.
Marcus, don't defend yourself, you hear me? Don't do anything.
Go ahead, hit me. What you waiting for? Think you're a man? Act like one.
Stop it.
What's the matter? Too much of a pussy?
Stop it, Leo. Stop it.
Just scared to fight back, you fucking bitch.
Told me not to defend myself, then why is it? What's happening?
Oh, right, that's right. I forgot you're not a real person. You're just a fucking piece of plastic.
Oh, Leo, leave him alone.
I'm gonna destroy you.
I'm giving your dad a heart attack.
I'm gonna tear you apart.
Oh my god. Bro.
Leo. Oh my god. Leo. My little boy.
I didn't think that was gonna happen.
Carl,
They'll destroy you, Marcus. You gotta go. Get out of here.
Carl, no. No, please, I don't want to leave you. Please, I can't. I don't want to leave
Rudy.
you.
Get out! Now! Go!
Dude.
Marcus!
Don't fucking move!
Oh shit. Shit. Dang.
Why'd you kill him? What happened before you took that knife?
How long were you in the attic?
Why didn't you even try to run away?
I got a Rudy on my lap.
Say something, goddammit! Fuck it, I'm out of here. We're wasting our time interrogating a machine. We'll get nothing out of it.
You always try roughing it up a little.
After all, it's not human.
Androids don't feel pain. You would only damage it, and that wouldn't make it talk. Deviants also have a tendency to self-destruct when they're in stressful situations.
Okay, smartass. What should we do then?
I could try questioning it.
What do we have to lose? Go ahead. Suspect's all yours.
Let's go. Can you even play this on keyboard and mouse? How do I... Oh, click. Got it. High hit. Caused by baseball bat. What are you up to? Boy. Burn marks. Repeated marking over 16 months. That's disgusting.
My name is Connor.
Diablo.
What about you? What's your name?
If you wanted people to play with Donkey and quite a few people in his community all play.
You're damaged. Did your owner do that? Did he beat you? I'm not going to hurt you. I just need to ask you some questions so we can understand what happened. If you won't talk, I'm going to have to probe your memory.
No! No, please don't do that. What? What are they gonna do to me? They're gonna destroy me, aren't they?
They're going to disassemble you to look for problems in your biocomponents. They have no choice if they want to understand what happened.
Why did you tell them you found me? Why couldn't you just have left me there?
I was programmed to hunt deviants like you. I just accomplished my mission.
I don't want to die.
Then talk to me.
I can't.
You played Detroit?
28 stab wounds. You didn't want to leave him a chance, huh? Did you feel anger? Hate? He was bleeding, begging you for mercy.
28.
But you stabbed him again and again and again.
Please. Please leave me alone.
All right. All right. Everything is going to be okay. You're a machine you were designed to obey, so obey! Tell me what happened. Okay then, don't talk. What do I care after all? I mean, I'm not the one accused of murder, right? If you remain silent, there's nothing I can do to help you.
This is hard. I gotta like balance and like to be in that optimal.
You'll be dead. Do you hear me? Dead.
Great. I fucked up.
I'm not getting anywhere. I give up.
Damn. I was so close too. A.
Chris, lock it up.
All right, let's go. Leave me alone. Don't touch me.
The fuck are you doing? Move it!
Okay. Calm down.
You shouldn't touch it. It'll self-destruct if it feels threatened.
Stay out of this, got it? The fucking android's gonna tell me what to do.
You don't understand. If it self-destructs, we won't get anything out of it.
I told you to shut your fucking mouth. Chris, gonna move this asshole or what? I'm trying.
I can't let you do that. Leave it alone now.
I warned you, motherfucker. That's enough. Mind your own business, Hank.
I said that's enough.
Wow.
You're not gonna get away with it this time.
Wait, where'd he go? Why isn't he in the chair? Oh, he's on the floor.
Everything is all right. It's over now. Nobody's gonna hurt you. Please, don't touch it. Let it follow you out of the room, and it won't cause any trouble.
Hmm. Interesting. I had to go shake my tots. I gotta shake my tots. Tots. Tater tots. And I found some cheese. Cheesies. Shaking my tits. Hi, Dee-Doo. Oh, Dex sees the cheesies.
All right. End of the line.
End of the line.
Yeah, you're gonna have to leave.
Wake up. We have to go.
An hour ago? Sorry, Dex is, well, yeah, it was. We definitely failed.
Do you know if there's any other place we could spend the night?
I have no idea. She's gonna have to leave.
Wow. Look, it's a Dexter. Dexy likes cheesies. He doesn't eat them, he literally just licks the cheese.
You gonna be okay?
Come here. Dexter. Come here. Lick your cheesy. Wow. A cute little dee-doo here. There. It's on the desk.
We'll find somewhere to spend the night.
Yo! Major with the follow. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Come on, Alice. We've got to hurry.
Hi, Brad. Detroit Become Human. I'll go with this one. Alice, where are you going? Hey. Hey. Hello. It's about androids. It's in the year 2038. And the androids start thinking for themselves. And you play the androids. Yeah. iRobot. I thought I was supposed to find somewhere to sleep.
I'm okay. I'm not so cold.
You look lost.
We have nowhere to go.
I know someone who can help you.
But that's on the other side of town. We need a place for tonight. Come on, Alice.
Thank you for using Detroit.
I mean, yeah. Where am I going?
An abandoned house.
Our
At least
house
we'd be
now.
out of the rain.
Kara, I don't like this place.
I know. But it's just for one night, and no one will look for us here.
What's a parking lot? think sleeping in the car would be better.
It looks abandoned. Stand back, Alice. It's dry inside, and nobody will find us here.
I don't want to sleep in there. Can't we find a better place?
No.
We're better off staying, Alice. The important thing is for us to be safe. And it's just for tonight.
Where's she plan on taking her? She's an AI with a kid. People are gonna ask questions. Yeah, here's a crusty old blanket for you.
Why didn't he ever love me? Why was he always so upset with me? All I wanted was a life like other girls. Maybe I did something wrong. Maybe I wasn't good enough. That's why he was always so angry.
Poor girl.
I just wanted us to be a family. I just wanted him to love me. Why can't we just be happy?
I don't know, Alice.
You'll never leave me, right? Promise you'll never go.
Alice, we don't know what's going to happen.
Will we be together forever?
Forever.
Man, anything with kids and animals breaks my heart. Oh, really? How many are there? Oh yeah, this is Marcus. Got shot in the eyeball. I've seen people play this scene. We gotta look around the junkyard. $32? Holy crap. No, I think this is your new eyeball, Marcus. $32? Wow. So they have like a, it's almost like a heart. Marcus has risen from the dead. Compatible. Okay, found a new leg. Oh, was he analyzing himself? Yeah, get out of here, old egg. I got a new one. Really? Not compatible. Okay, keep looking. I've been really enjoying story games lately. Let's go. Found a leg. Leg number 2. Let's go! No, I have not.
There's a place where we can be free. Find Jericho. Find Jericho.
Yeah, those are all decision based too, hey? Oh, that's creepy.
Where are you going?
Oh my. New eyeball? Dang, no. I don't know where I'm supposed to be going, I'm gonna be honest. Bro, I just need an eyeball. Not too much to ask. Mentally drained. Yeah, dude, if you ever need an ear,
I'm begging you, please. End it. I don't want to live anymore. Make it quick.
We're doing him a favor. No, you do not. Okay, we can't go that way. Wait, what's this guy doing? Can we look at you? Hey, bro. Okay, not that way. Hang on, my tots are done. I got my tits. I had Mr. Noodles for dinner today. Mmm. Nice. Yep, it is. It's ramen. Mmm. Is this our new eyeball? Mmm. Perfect.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm an AK-700 android. I was designed to serve you. What can I do for you? Hello.
Were there any that I wasn't paying attention to? Mmm. I'm glad you like it. Eh. I need a pump regulator. Oh, cool. That's our guy there. Huh. Cool. That was your shatter? There's a shitload of stuff left here, dude. I'm gonna have to ship that to you. Fine, we just got a new heart. That's very deep. Shedding off your past, losing everything, only to become what you truly are. Yo, Josh Gaming. Hello, how we doing? Welcome in. My day's been good. It's almost midnight here. We are chilling. Well, it's been good other than dropping Red Zone off at the airport. It's a sad day. Oh, really? I'm probably gonna do that tonight. We'll end stream. I wouldn't mind doing a day stream tomorrow. Do some Disney Dreamlight Valley. Oh, shit. Yeah, well, tomorrow's Wednesday, so... Yeah, happy 4th of July. Do all of the androids come with abs like that?
My name is Marcus.
Oh, shit. Wow. Me too. Well, maybe not that much. So are all of these the chapters? Oh, I'm doing From the Dead. Okay, I see. We're at 68%. The future of AI, I think, is actually kind of terrifying. Yeah, I mean, what they could do with chat, what is it, Chat GPT? It's actually crazy. Amanda! Amanda! Is this Amanda? Ma'am? Are you Amanda? Hello?
Hello, Amanda.
She got blue hair.
It's good to see you. Finding that deviant was far from easy. You showed great skill in your investigation. But you knew deviants could be unstable. You should have been more cautious.
I thought I could make it talk. It was a judgment error.
Never mind. I'm sure you'll be more careful in the future. The interrogation seemed challenging. What did you think of the deviant?
It showed all the signs of deviancy. Cognitive instability, unpredictable behavior, and the emulation
People,
of human
no, they
emotions.
won't want AI to rule the
Was even
world,
afraid
but
to die.
I think a lot of people like the idea of
Was
AI.
clearly defective.
This Lieutenant Anderson has been officially assigned to the deviancy case. What do you make of him?
I think he's irritable and socially challenged. But I also think he used to be a good detective. He's an intriguing character.
Unfortunately, we
Hey,
have
you're
no
falling
choice but to
asleep.
work with him. What do you think is the best approach?
I will adapt to his personality. It is in the best interest of the investigation that I avoid conflict and try to accommodate his psychology.
She didn't like that answer.
More and more androids show signs of deviancy. There are millions in circulation. If they become unstable, the consequences will be disastrous. You're the most advanced prototype CyberLife has ever created. If anyone can figure out what's happening, it's you.
You can count on me,
Do they grow hair?
Hurry, Connor. There's little time.
She's beautiful. Do you think these AIs grow hair? I'm so intrigued. Self-driven cars. I don't know, I feel like flying cars, we would have already had like way further advancements if that was gonna happen. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Can I help you?
I'm here to see Lieutenant Anderson.
Do you have authorization?
I feel like you're
Yes.
you'd require like way
Lieutenant Anderson hasn't arrived yet. But
way more for your license.
Tensions in the Arctic have reached a new level. A Russian carrier
You know?
and an American patrol boat reported to be
Detective!
several warning shots were exchanged.
Detective! Anderson. Hello? Sir? Who's this? Detective Collins.
To withdraw and an international conference to be held. So far, there has been no response from either Moscow or Washington. We'll keep you informed minute by minute as the situation develops.
Where am I going? Hello? Oh. Good night, Hit. Have a good sleep, dude. Okay, I want to read this freaking thing. You're also cute. That's weird. Why is this one blank? Where am I supposed to be going? Hello? Find Lieutenant Anderson's desk. I'm looking. I'm looking.
I'm looking for Lieutenant Anderson's desk.
It's that desk right there.
Oh, the one that says Anderson. That's interesting, because that wasn't there.
Excuse me. Do you know what time
The end of
Lieutenant
violence and all
Anderson
things
usually
emotional
arrives?
immaturity.
Depends
Yeah,
on
I
where he was
mean,
the night before. If we're lucky, we'll see him before noon.
Thanks.
so I want to say out of like all the AI movies about like the AIs revolting, it's because we've treated them like shit.
Hi, honey. You okay? Listen, I told you not to call me on this number. I can't. Patrol requested for aggravated assault in progress on Kubrick and Wayne. Be silly. Of course I want to see you. Baby, listen, I can't talk right now. Are you in the office? Be advised, severe traffic affecting all units south of Lakefield.
See, I feel like I don't think about these things. They're too profound for my brain.
Patrol requested for traffic incident in downtown Mayview.
Dark heavy metal.
Call Hank Anderson.
Hi, this is Hank. Not here at the moment. You can leave a message if that's what turns you on, but don't expect me to call back.
Take a look at the samples yet?
Whatever.
Lab report says they cut it with something. Maybe they're trying out a new form of red ice.
Is that his own phone?
We really need the forensics.
110-mile flight? What is that? Oh, the car. Yeah, this seemed like a lot. Asshole. Hi, Toxic. Can you share the link for your when it's on the sound cloud or whatever the thing is called? And I will share Sam's track when it's posted to the correct profile.
I'll chase it up.
It's good to see you again, Lieutenant.
Oh, Jesus.
Hank! In my office.
110 miles? Well, like, what is an average car tank? Like a car get on a tank of gas? You know? Man, I'm tired.
I've got 10 new cases involving androids on my desk every day. We've always had isolated incidents. Old ladies losing their android maids and that kind of crap. But now, we're getting reports of assaults and even homicide, like that guy last night. This isn't just CyberLife's problem anymore. It's now a criminal investigation, and we've got to deal with it before the shit hits the fan. I want you to investigate these cases and see if there's
Yes,
any
I
link.
did. Yes,
Why
I did,
me?
Toxic.
Why do
You
I
can
gotta
also
be the one
share
to
it
deal
in the
with this shit?
Discord.
I am the least qualified cop in the country to handle this case. I know jack shit about it.
Josh, I'm like kind of all over the place right
settings on
now.
my own phone.
I used to main
Everybody's
COD
overloaded.
and play like
I think
mostly
you're perfectly
COD, but
qualified for this type of
I'm just branching
investigation.
out since I'm not enjoying it
The
as
truth
much
is,
anymore.
nobody wants to investigate these fucking androids, and you left me holding the bag.
CyberLife
Hi,
sent over
Seeds.
this
How we
android to help with
doing?
the investigation. It's a state-of-the-art prototype. It'll act as your partner.
No fucking way. I don't need a partner, and certainly not this plastic prick.
Hank, you are seriously starting to piss me off. You are a police lieutenant. You are supposed to do what I say and shut your goddamn mouth.
You know what my goddamn mouth has to say to you?
Okay.
Huh?
Okay. I'll pretend like I didn't hear that. So I don't have to add any more pages
Okay,
to your
cool.
disciplinary folder, because it already looks like a fucking
Thank you.
novel. This conversation is over.
Jeffrey, Jesus Christ, why are you doing this to me? You know how much I hate these fucking things. Why are you doing this to me?
Your car gets 420 miles. Holy shit. Yo!
Now, if you excuse me,
King
I've got work to
Lageek,
do.
welcome in. Thank you for the follow. How you doing? When I made it home, got cleaned up, and ready to hang. Perfect. Oh shit! Whoops!
I won't keep you any longer.
I wasn't paying attention.
Have a nice day.
My alerts are super loud right now. Josh, thank you for the follow. Play Fall Guys? Depends when. Really bad at the case. Guys, I say things as I'm reading it. I'm really bad at that game. Oops.
I get the impression my presence causes you some inconvenience, Lieutenant. I'd like you to know I'm very sorry about that. In any case, I'd like you to know I'm very happy to be working with you. I'm sure we'll make a great team. Now that we're partners, it would be great to get to know each other better.
We are partners.
Is there a desk anywhere I could use?
No one's using that one.
Perfect. Right beside my friend. Let's analyze some files. Oops.
Do you listen to Knights of the Black Death? I really like that music.
Mhm.
It's full of energy.
You listen to heavy metal?
Well, I don't really listen to music as such, but I'd like to. You have a dog, right?
How do you know that?
The dog hair's on your chair. I like dogs. What's your dog's name?
What's it to you? Sumo. I call him Sumo.
You're a Detroit Gears fan, right? Denton Carter scored 53% of his shots from the three-point line yesterday. Did you see the game?
Almost
That's what I
human.
was watching at the bar last night.
Oh.
Look at the keyboard.
I was wondering, do you always arrive at the office at this time?
I arrive when I arrive.
Hi, D.L. Miller.
Stop
How you
busting
doing?
my balls, okay?
Wow. All right, just start
If you
working.
have any files on deviants, I'd like to take a look at them.
Terminal's on your desk. Knock yourself out.
Yeah, we won't talk to him anymore. He's getting all fucking... I'm doing good. I'm good. I'm chilling with the homies. Playing a new game. Thank you, C's. I wasn't really sure how to respond to that. That's perfect. Yes, thank you. Dessert shells? No, I have not. Josh, thank you for the like 2. The hydrate? Ooh, I need more water. Alright. Yeah, hydrate. Oh, a little stretchy stretch. A little scratchy scratch. Alright. Alright. Missing suspect. He looks creepy, I'm not gonna lie. She looks like trouble. Oh, she's a sex android. Can't wait for Friday. What's on Friday? Oh. This is, oh, your massage. Nice. This is Marcus. I can actually just scan all the files. Alright. Yo, Salad Bar Joe! Love the name. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Merc with the hype. Oh, hi, Dee-Doo. Well. The body's hurting. I should probably book a massage too. Hi, Dee-Doo. Oh shit. Oh.
I know you didn't ask for this investigation, Lieutenant, but I'm sure you're a professional.
Why don't you go fuck yourself?
Okay. Ooh. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, he's
These samples yet? Lab report says they cut it with something. Maybe they're trying.
I've been assigned this mission, Lieutenant. I didn't come here to wait until you feel like working.
Listen, asshole. If it was up to me, I'd throw the lot of you in a dumpster and set a match to it. So stop pissing me off. things are gonna get nasty.
Lieutenant, sorry to disturb you. I have some
He just
information
picked
on
up
the
that
alleged
AI. Do you
400
imagine how much
attack
those
the guy last
weigh?
night. It's been seen in the Ravendale district.
I'm on it.
Hank is big angry. This is Dexter. Hi. This is just a little baby. I think it was called Hank is Mad. Yeah, it's just a little dee-doo. Hey, what you doing? Mau Mau. This is Dexter, my little baby boy. And then there's a fat guy laying on the couch back there. That's Rudy. Hi, Dee-doo. What you doing? You're just a cute little baby. Hi, Rude. Come here. His little purrs. Dexter! Come here. Little Dexter. He looks like he hates it, but he's purring. It's a no dee-doo. Dex is almost 14 actually. The end of August he'll be 14. Jack. That is true deal. Yeah. Hi. Why are you being so cute right now? He doesn't normally let me hold him like this. Hey. What's outside? Little dee-doo. Hi. What are you doing? You just hanging out? Dexter. He very rarely lets me hold him like that. Rudy. Hi, buddy. What are you doing? Time is it? I think we're gonna save here. Cancel. How do I save? Does it automatically save? Options. Am I playing? Well, I'm actually thinking about confirm. confirm? My game just crashed. Hi, Darth. How we doing, man? How you been? I really hope. I really hope I didn't just crash that. Oh no. Good night, Jack. I will. I will. Rudy. Darth, how you been? How's the how's flying? I'm doing great. We're done school. It's summer. We're doing fantastic. Rudy. Come here. Come. Rudy. Hello. Time is it? 12:13. Great, awesome. Where do you fly? Are you on like domestic flights or international? Sees, I do see the card. Dexter is standing in front of them. Rudy, come here. Rudy. There we go. Hi. Oh, big stretches. Oh. Come here. Hi. Big booty. Come. Or should I interview tomorrow morning about being dude, that'd be so cool. Congrats. Well, I hope you get it. Yeah, get out of this freezing place. Yeah. Rudy. Yep. Yep. There we go. Hi. Booty. Where are you going? These new fans in my PC sound so different. Hey, excuse me. Okay. The rudest. Just the rudest. Hi. Well, come back up here so people can at least see you. I don't want to sit on my lap. There we go. No, it's just the one. We just replaced my, or added my SSD that I bought last August. I want to talk about how long I had it. So I have a 2 terabyte hard drive now. And then when I was in Florida in December, Sam gave me his Corsair fans that matched the other 3 Corsair fans I have in here. So we were replacing the 3 stock ones that came with the Corsair ones so that they're all the same. But then there wasn't enough connections and shit. So then we went to Best Buy to get a hub. And then while we were there, I saw a CPU cooler. So we hooked all of those up. And then the CPU cooler thingy didn't work properly. So I got a better one that came with the freaking hub. So it's been a thing. Still only one PC. I don't know. I feel like I don't need two PCs. Like I'm not on like Red and GP's level of COD where like that makes a big difference for my frames. I could turn them down. It's not like they're loud, it's just the pitch is different. That's all. That is all. Thanks. Yeah, I wasn't crazy about the fan that I had in there because it was just so big and bulky. Can't keep cat at home. Yeah, well, you know, I grew up with 2 cats and 2 dogs, and then I need cats, especially I live by myself, so 2 PC setup. Yeah, honestly, sees like I know a couple of people that have 2 PCs that like it works like smoothly, but I know more people than not that just constantly, especially audio issues. So many people have audio issues with 2 PCs. And honestly, the space. I don't have the space for it with my current setup. So, yeah, I'd probably just make like a more powerful. I mean, I have a 3060. So if anything, I'd probably just need a new CPU. I have an i7 700, I think. I don't remember. Super hearing? I mean, not super hearing. I'm just not deaf. Really, that's probably the least amount of people I've ever seen on. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the number one thing was how loud you had your headset. Oh my god. Like, I picked it up and, like, I literally had the earbuds, like, here, and it was already hurting my ears. Past couple days. Yeah, I guess maybe it's because of 4th, and then we also had Canada Day. All the way up with a mid-grade. Okay. Yeah, I would definitely confer with Red and Esty and you. I hope you don't mind. I'm adding you onto my tech support. You probably hit a RAM bottleneck. I have 32 gigs in here. That's why we reset everything, because like Red was looking at everything when he was here and he's like, you have a really good build, like there's no reason that your games should be running like shit. So we did like a factory reset. And I'm like slowly adding things back in to see like if something is causing the problem. Nico, yo Josh, thank you for stopping in, dude. Hope you have a good sleep. You do tech consultation? I mean, Esty does too, but he does it for free. He should definitely be charging for that. Not for us, on obviously. We get the friends and family discount. Dual 4090 PC setup. Overkill for me. That the extra 50 frames isn't gonna help with me being blind. Thanks, you too, Josh. Yeah, sees, I don't know if Red told you, but my the old cooler was on so tight I actually had to get pliers to loosen the screws. And like the paste was like squeezed out the sides. Yeah. Yeah, it was bad. It almost seemed like it. Yeah, pliers. I legit had to get pliers. Also, I know you guys don't care, but I need to show you guys anyway. Your heart. My new, I ordered a new makeup palette the other day because it was on sale. It was 50% off. Look how beautiful this is. These like shimmers, they're so beautiful. Yeah. That's what I'm wearing my eyes tonight. Yeah, fully, you should check yours. They should only be hand tightened. Thank you, Steez. Yeah, I'm really excited. The camera's really not doing it justice of just how beautiful. Let me grab some of these. Hey, look at this. Like they're so shiny. It's delicious. I am wearing the purple mascara, actually. Yeah, hand tighten only and some fresh thermal. Delicious. Like I have more makeup than I will ever be able to wear. Like if I stopped buying eyeshadow today, I would never have to buy. No, it really doesn't pick it up. It does not do it justice. Lifespan of a oh really about up to 3 years. When did I buy my PC? I think I got mine in 2021. Yeah, if it's a pre-build, I'm definitely learning that they do things very incorrectly. Couldn't keep up with the newer chip. Yeah. So I got so this is what we upgraded to. 2 terabyte SSD. I've had this sitting in my drawer since last August or September. I think it was August. And then we upgraded to this bitch. It came with base plates too. Yeah, well, so where did I put those? Here. I've had the SSD and I just didn't want to do it because I knew. So it came with this, and then it came with this one too. But I have just like the one with little triangle thingies on it. Yeah, see, fully, I regret not just like factory resetting mine when I got it. Cause yeah, mine was a pre-build, and I only went with pre-build for the graphics card. But yeah, see, I've had this for a while, but just from like having SD read, like just people look over Discord, we couldn't figure out if I had enough SATA cable port thingies. We didn't know if my power supply could keep up with it. Like there were just too many things, and I didn't want to keep messing around with it. Hi Zorak, how you doing, man? What have you been playing these days? Oh, and then also my Windows is on the existing SSD. So what I had planned in my head was to swap the current SSD with the new one, which would have meant transferring my Windows, and I didn't know how to do that, and I didn't want to mess anything up. But apparently I have M.2 in there for my current SSD, so we left that in, and then we replaced my hard drive. But I wanted to leave my hard drive in there because it was a 1 terabyte. Anyway, it was a whole thing. It was complicated, which is why I just never did it. Hi, John. We played a little bit of Call of Duty, and then I did some Detroit Become Human. A little bit of Detroit Become Human. Now we're just chatting. Whoa. You been on Warzone? Which map do you like right now? Yeah, I might we might still do that just to like keep my pictures and shit on. Yeah, see, I like that C's. Although I do have an external hard drive. Yeah, I just need the SATA cable. It's very stacky. What time do you normally play? Hi, Gordo. Most of the day? Well, I am off for the next 2 weeks, so I will be able to get some games in during the day. Yeah, other than that, it's kind of hard for me to get in during the day. Yeah, Rudy just... Oh, he's got a little toesies all spread. He looks so fat when he's doing that. He's all round. Want to get into ranked mode. Like ranked multi or ranked Warzone? Yeah, his little belly. Hi. He does this in the morning too, and it just cracks me up every time. I should start posting vids of some stuff that I do. It really isn't that difficult. Yeah, I think for the most part, people are just like scared to start moving stuff. Another reason that I was is because everything was zip tied so tightly that I couldn't actually like trace where anything went, and like I don't know anything about computers, so I don't know what cords look like what. Yeah, he did. Hi, Rudy. He's like, fuck you guys. Recording effort. I feel that. That's why I haven't been posting on TikTok. And literally all I need to do is make clips. Have I really been live for 6 hours? Holy shit. Wow. Was not expecting that. I just saw the time. I think I'm gonna go for a shower. Maybe make some tea. And I think I'm gonna look at my Disney Dreamlight. Yeah, fully. I completely understand that. Although, just like watch a ton of YouTube videos, you'll be fine. Mention Sizzle. I do have a Sizzle account, but I actually find that Eclipse. I think that's how it's spelled. I find Eclipse better, I think. Maybe I should look at Sizzle again. Because I used to use Athenoscope, and then these two kind of came out around like the same time, and Athenoscope is just so beautiful. It's such a beautiful thing. I don't understand why they got rid of it. Gordo, the visit with Red was amazing. He's just such a good dude to have around. And yeah, I live alone, so it feels like extra empty with him not here. It was fun just like having someone to game with, and then most nights we were just like watching movies and then like playing games on our phones. We found this like puzzle app, so we were doing puzzles together. Yes, I loved Athenoscope. I loved how they like compiled like you had like your weekly best plays and like your monthly recaps. Like I don't know. They did such a good job. I would have honestly, I would have paid like $10 a month for that. They could have definitely made a premium. Yeah, I made him touch grass the second day he was here. He got here like Saturday afternoon. And then Sunday, I made him, he came to 3 baseball games with me. It was like 4 and some hours outside. And he like burnt to a crisp. He's still peeling. But he has a tan. He has a crazy tan. So cool to see how insanely fast. Really? Honestly, Major. Even like when you look at like think about cell phones. Like I would say in the last 4 years, how long did I have my Pixel? I would say like in the last 3 to 4 years, cell phones aren't much different. Like when you upgrade, you don't notice a huge difference anymore. All of the cameras are like very decent unless you're buying like the ultras. Yes, those are different. But like do you remember like back when like iPhone and like the Galaxies and everything were first coming out, you would get a phone and within 6 months the camera was just shit compared to what the new one was. Yeah, like technology just advanced so quickly, and then I feel like with smartphones and stuff, we're kind of like we're a little bit of on a like a plateau, which is not a bad thing. Like we've come a long fucking way. Like we have little mini computers, computers and cameras. Titan X, yeah. I did the top right, bottom left, and then there's a site that convert clips. Zorak, is that Streamladder? I do have it. I pay for premium too. I need to actually do it. Your cell phone has about 1,000 times more processing power. Really? That's crazy. I know of Sizzle and Eclipse. But yeah, send me, if it's not either of those two, let me know. Glasses are next? Yeah, that's wild to me. Yeah, well, honestly, even like I had a Pixel 4 and I now have the 7, but I had my Pixel 4 for 3 years. And literally the only reason I upgraded was because the camera or the speaker and the mic were shit. Everything was fine. The camera was still absolutely amazing. I will say this one is a better camera, but the camera on my Pixel 4 was insane. Either glasses or brain implants? Yeah, I don't think I'm on the glasses train. Definitely neat, but I don't know. I don't think that's graphene strand batteries. What is the benefit of those? Cease, did we do your conversation card? We did not, because Dexter was sitting in front of them. It's called Combo? Okay, cool. I don't really like these cards. I'm gonna break out the new deck. Let's just go, let's have a little sample. Let's have a sample. Let's get deep. This is a Friends edition. So, what are these? The Icebreaker. Alright, let's do... I don't know how I'm gonna separate these. Graphene strands can store some absurd amount of power. Oh, okay. It does face cam and everything, but after 10. Okay. I'll have to check it out. I do really like Stream Ladder. It's very easy to use. Yeah, they could definitely improve on batteries. Yeah, they just make them bigger. All right. Oh, this is, wait, that's a deep one. Where'd that come from? That was supposed to be deep, deep, deeper. That was supposed to be an icebreaker. Let's stick that one back in here. Hello? Nah. Alright. That's true. Oh, I think you guys will like this one. Where is the best pizza from? I don't know where to put the discards. I'll just put them in the side. There's no wrong. I do make really good pizza. There are some local places though that has some absolutely amazing pizza. Oh. Chicago, New fucking York, polemic. Have you ever had real Italian pizza? I think so. Cause yeah, they use they don't use like the pizza sauce and everything. Don't they use just like olive oil? Like traditional Italian pizza is not like the pizza that we eat. Chicago. I feel like I have. I feel like there was a place here called Chicago Phil's, and they made Chicago style pizza. Did I eat it? I don't remember. And how authentic was it? I don't know. There's a local pizza place here that the owner closed his pizza shop and moved back here to be with his family. Ooh. Yes. Yeah, I have seen that. Yeah, the like actual Italian pizza is not. Once again, Americans have bastardized something. I can't really say Americans. Maybe North Americans. New York is Sao Paulo. Yeah, we miss you fully. We miss our friend. Ow. Oh man, my eczema or eczema, you guys say in the States, is so bad on my ear right now. Hurts. It hurts. Oh, excuse me. No, not my headset, but just from sleeping. Like, I've had this top one, I've had since I was like 14 or 15, so like a long time. But because I can't sleep on this one, I sleep on this one all the time, and it's like the bar is too long. Like, maybe you guys can see. The post is just, it's way too long, so it like turns. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't feel good. You need bigger headset? Can I have first dibs? Excuse me. Right out. There you go. I've only been asking to hang out for like a month, but fine. Whatever, fully. You shifted over to in-ear? Is that what that means? In-ear something? I also get first dibs? Yes. Thank you. In-ear monitors? Okay. These are my Frey bands. I'm gonna refresh. Humps Optics. I've been applying to be an ambassador for them because I really like their mission. So whenever you purchase a pair, they also donate a pair, I think, of reading glasses to somebody in need. But they're all polarized. They have like a limited lifetime warranty. I love everything about them. I'm not sponsored, although I've been trying to be. I genuinely really like their sunglasses. And mission. Oh, well, they did have a sale. I hope you didn't miss the sale. But I also like that, like, on their website, because I have a tiny face, so I often have a really hard time finding sunglasses that actually look good on me. And so they do have the measurements, but they do also have like small fit, large fit on the frames. So they have like the category of the frame, like the style, and then you can see the different colors and shit. Yeah, I really like their stuff. Definitely worth it. Thanks. Yeah, fully. I have 1, 2, 3. I think I have 3 or 4 pairs of the blue. Stop the cap. Do you guys want to see my new sunglasses? I just want to say I'm aware of these are really fucking bougie, okay? They had a sale. They had a sale on. They had a buy one get one 50% off. I'm not one to buy designer brand, okay? Yeah, so they're they're so pretty though. I hate how much I liked them. Yeah, they're also polarized. Like they feel so nice. I feel bougie as fuck, okay? I'm aware. It's Red's fault. A private jet? I wish, man. I wouldn't be here. Nick, your head hurts? Why? What's going on? Blame Red? Yes. Definitely Red's fault. Sunglasses and watches. My favorite accessories. Gordo, you should look into Humps. Look into Humps Optics. Actually, here, let's pull them up. You didn't do anything? 100% it's your fault, actually. There you go. Major, the first PC I built was in 2001. I'm the fine print of the CPU said anything near as fast as 1.2. Interesting. I like that. I like that input. No, I appreciate that. I love to hear that. Again, I'm not sponsored, okay? I just really like their shit. I'll buy yourself a fancy watch. Like, how fancy we talking fully? Like a Rolly? Spent like 4 hours or so down waiting. Aw, dude, I'm sorry. I just have a Pixel watch. Now I just buy bands for this. So yeah, this one says like large fit. It's these ones. Yeah, see? The seafoam mirror. Oh, these look so nice. I like that they have like people's pictures. She's 103. She went peacefully. I'm glad she went peacefully. That's 103, man. That's a good freaking life. Still sorry for your loss, dude. That's never easy. Yeah, I would actually say that the battery life has improved for sure. It was not good. Actually, yeah, like I charged my watch before noon maybe, and I'm at 69%. I go for Oakley? Oh no, I was just like, these are very affordable. Very affordable what's it called? Polarized. Ooh, these are nice. Those are fire. You have a discount? You holding out on us, Nick? Yeah, Rolly, like Rolly's gonna be passed down. Yeah, it's an investment piece for sure. I mean, even like you don't even need a Rolly, like I was making sure I didn't have like my postal code or something on here. Like you can buy like just like a nice. Ooh, the Seiko is nice. Even G-Shocks. That thing is blangin'. Some of the Oakleys. Wait, how do you do that? Even in Canada? Man, I didn't realize how much these Seiko watches are worth. My friend's husband actually buys watches and fixes them. So like he'll look on like Facebook Marketplace of people selling them for like $50 or something. And then he'll go buy it and fix it. Ooh, I like Fossil. I really like Fossil. Like that's just like a nice classic. Yeah. Find I like a lot of Fossil watches and who was the other one? Citizen Eco Drives. This is, yeah, vintage. That definitely, you can tell. She told me she meet her late husband's. Oh, dude. A Mont Blanc? Is it Winger or Winger? Wonder if they have them on here. What they do? They got one. Oh wow. You know what those days? What I'm learning is that it's not up to you to decide what you deserve. I mean, other than like if people are treating you poorly. But if people want to, you know, gift things to you, they obviously think that you deserve it for a reason, right? I was opening. Thank you for saying that, Gordo. I actually forgot why I opened a new tab. Ooh, that's nice. I was telling Red, because yeah, when we were looking at sunglasses and stuff, I'm a very simple person. Like, I just like simple, classy pieces. Like, even with clothes, I just like something that looks simple but nice. That's nice too. The Urban Classic. Yeah. Like just the nice like white face, leather band. They look nice too when you have like the black face too. Black fit like that. Black on black. I love watches. I love my Pixel watch, but I also like miss wearing like nice watches. That one's nice too. $5K for a pen? Was it made of gold? The fuck? Can someone please tell me why these are so expensive? What is it made out of? Some are made of gold. They are legitimate. Okay, listen. I am a pen enthusiast. I love pens and like stationery and stuff. Never in my life. I mean, unless I was making stupid money, would I spend that kind of money on a pen? Oh, that's a fountain. That's actually a fountain pen. An $80 fountain pen? Oh, one of my favorite pens is a free one. Cap in shiny resin. This one's made out of resin. I don't know, guys. Oh no, I have a pen in my purse at all times. All times. We've been chatting for a very long time. I'm enjoying it. There's more jewelry. That's true. That's true. And you know what? Just because I don't understand it doesn't mean it matters. I mean, this palette is normally worth $90. I know a lot of people think that's too much. And I agree. That's why I waited till it was 50% off. I don't work either, fully. I'm off for 2 weeks. After I end stream here, I'm gonna chill in Disky for a little bit. Probably do my puzzle. Oh, they do have a Canada site? I was trying to convince Red to get some Oakleys. Puzzles. Red, you want to hang? Do puzzles? I do too, Gordo, and I don't work tomorrow, so I'm okay just sitting here and hanging with you guys. But usually what happens is I need to go to bed, and then you guys are being too fun. Yeah, I got him to try on the Oakley, I think they're called frog skin. The frog skin with the purple lenses. I did tell you earlier in the week that the aviators would look nice on you. Oh yeah, because you tried on my aviators. He tried on my Blue Mirror Humps Optics aviators, and they looked very nice on him. Yeah, I like the frog skin because I like like the rounder, but I don't like them completely round. So I like how it has like the little bit of the has like the bit of a point to kind of balance it all out. Yeah, those are his new, what did you get? Prada? I posted in his Discord. He was eating Big Macs with his glasses. Red got Prada. Bougie fox. You had to go through the military site, Oakley's Tower. Very cool. Yeah, Gordo, I like the Wayfarer look too. Yeah, I mean, these Wayfarer. They're just classy. Yo! Mace! Hello! I don't know, I feel like my alerts are really loud. Welcome in! Guys, we're just chilling right now. The Blues Brother turn. Yeah. Good night, C's. Have an amazing sleep, dude. Hope you have a good day at work tomorrow. Mace, dude, thank you for the freaking raid. You're playing Only Up in Fortnite? How'd you do on Only Up? Wanted Clubmaster? Those are the Ray-Bans, right? Those are like the with the metal underneath and the plastic on top. Those are cute. I was gonna be bonus for no reason on Monday, so I feel like not for no reason, C's. I can tell. I know I haven't known you for a long time, but I can tell that like you are an amazing worker. You probably do way more than you're expected. You stay late if needed. You want to smash your controller? Yeah, I haven't tried it. I mean, mostly because of the heights thing, but like, yeah, I feel like I would fall probably once and I'd be like, I'm done. Done. Major, I'm so glad you made it here too. Thank you for sticking around, for hanging out. I understand. Yeah, C's, I'll write you. I'll write a note for your boss. Can they make a bigger one? I was gonna say I know they made another size, but I don't know if it was smaller or bigger. Well, Yo, Major, have a good sleep. Gordo with a gifted sub to Major. Dude, thank you. Dude, thank you. Off to bed. Yeah, Mace, I think we're wrapping up here too. I've just been looking for someone to raid for an hour. Thank you so much for the raid. Have a good sleep. Have a good day at work. Rudy. Hi, bud. Yeah, Rudy's like, Mom, I just want snuggles. Perfect, Steez. I'll write up a note for you. The happy place? Yeah, I usually, the white pillow that doesn't have a cover on it right now, I'm washing it, is usually in front. Did a bunch of laundry today. But this is my happy place. That's why I tried having my setup in my spare room, and like I liked my background more, but I don't know. I missed hanging in my living room. This literally is just like my happy place. I love being in my living room with you guys in my home. I got my kitties behind me. Oh, no problem. I honestly didn't know. I didn't realize I wasn't following you yet. Has begun nice. Wait, I don't have nice stationery, to be honest. These are two of my favorite pens, though. One is Bic, or no, one's Papermate. This one's a Papermate. And then this one is Scripto. Hey, Gordo's got premium gas. Holy smokes. Wow. Yeah, so this one actually, this one was actually from the funeral home from like where I went through with my dad. And I don't know, they just have really nice pens. I have one in my purse too. That's my purse pen. And then actually here I'll show you I'll show you guys what I have. These are all my pens. I have a makeup brush, but I use it for cleaning my keyboard, for going in between. That's my keyboard cleaner. Got a nail file. I got some highlighters for school, you know. That's done now. What is this? I got a stylus. This was a candle, I think. But yeah, I like pens. The scissors? I don't know. They're the dollar store. I really like pens. Any laser pointers? No, I think I have one on the coffee table though. Are those fancy? Gordo, do you have fancy scissors? These are actually just from the dollar store, but like they're really nice. I also have a ton of pens at work too, but I have all like my favorite pens here for my journaling schedule thingy. I'm exposing myself. I have some double-sided markers. They have fine point. And then I bought these from IKEA. And then I have some pencil crayons and the good old Crayola. Yeah, I have a problem. I think I have more markers somewhere. The mini Sharpies? No, I do not. I do not. I actually forgot about these. These are nice colors too. My organizational skills. I mean, it was out of necessity, and I even have a pencil sharpener right in the pencil crayons. I mean, this came with this. I thought that was very cool. It has like its own little, but yeah, it has like the fine point and then the Staples gift card. Yes, exactly. Good night, Maze. These are from IKEA though. Like they're actually really nice markers. Like they look nice too. Yo, Master Exploder. Welcome in, first time chatter. I use this color to this week. So I don't bullet journal anymore, but I have this planner that I just kind of like do like a little brief little, I jot down like what I did that day. I've been really bad at it actually. Last week I the Sharpie S gel. Ooh, I think. No, that's not the one. I think I have them in my wish list. Like not my streaming wish list, but I have them in a wish list on Amazon. I just couldn't bring myself to spend the money on that when I have so many pens already. But all of the reviews are. Also, do you guys prefer black or blue ink? Since we're nerding out here. Yeah, so I just kind of color. Ignore my lines, okay. But this is like my half-assed bullet journaling. Man, she's been modding for him forever. Because I used to watch him like 2.5 years ago. Oh, camera's going crazy. There we go. Let's use my new pen. Black ink for regular writing and blue ink for signing. Mine's kind of whatever I feel. Whatever I'm feeling that day. That's so funny. I love that Foley. Let me get in here. Should I raid Thind? Not like he cares, he has 270 people watching. Bunch of colors. I have an orangey red that I really like. We got a couple people. I was thinking about Chief, but like she's at 8.5 hours. I could raid Donkey, but like he's probably going to bed anytime soon. I don't know, I feel like rating people with like fewer viewers is more fun. You know? Man, I follow this person. Their name is I Just Love Puzzles, and they literally just do puzzles, and she often has like 600 plus viewers. Should I start doing puzzle streams? No, not really. Not normally fully. Really hard puzzles? No. Gordo, what time do you have to wake up? I feel like you're always here for late night chats, and I think you're an hour ahead of me, I think. You'd watch puzzle streams? Interesting. Oh, I wonder, because I have my tablet. Ooh, I found a really cool puzzle game. Yeah, CZ said you were going to bed like half an hour ago. Good night. Thanks for hanging out, dude. She is eating a bucket of something. I don't think that's ice cream. Seriously, what is she eating? Good night, Steez. Chris Ramsey on here. Okay. Oh, on YouTube, kick it. I have that open. Let's. Subscribe. Okay. Oh, those kind of puzzles too. Interesting. Okay. Coolio. Actually, you know what? Let's go say hi to Thind. He's actually one of the very first streamers that I started watching. Watching him, I actually learned so much from watching him play Verdansk. Yeah, he's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. But I don't know if he does it anymore, because honestly, when I watch streams now, like I used to watch Tim and Thind, sometimes Nick, but like I honestly don't even watch the bigger streamers anymore because I just watch my friends. I prefer watching my friends and, you know, hanging with their communities. Yeah, so I don't know if he still kind of explains what he's doing, but he used to do that a lot when I first started watching him. Seats! Yo! Thank you for the sub to Stream Elements. 3 months! Oh my god! Seas! Dude! Thank you for the 3 months to Stream Elements. Now we have our raid messages. Look at that. Thanks, dude. Oh, he has follower and subscriber. I hate when people do that. Alright, back to the drawing board. I want you guys to have to. Yeah. You know what? Let's go say hi to Donkey. Who cares if he's going to bed soon? He's a good dude. Yeah, I get there's like a time and place for it, like if you're experiencing like, you know, spam and whatever, but yeah, I don't know. We love Donkey. He's one of my good friends. Yeah, guys, come say hi to Donkey. He's on day 47 of his uncapped 2-year subathon, like subathon for his 2-year anniversary. Yeah. I will honestly never have mine in follower or subscriber. The only time I have, I think, was when I was getting some trolls in chat, and that was literally the only time. But yeah, guys, come say hi to Donkey. Thank you so much for hanging with me tonight. You guys are all freaking beautiful. I have baseball tomorrow evening, but I am off tomorrow, so possibly day stream. How do you guys feel about Disney Dreamlight Valley? I'm kind of excited about it. Yeah. You guys are beautiful. Have a good night. Thank you for being here. Please sleep well and be safe, okay? Love you all.